Let's see, are we live? Let's find out.
Looks like you.
You know, I don't do the load screens with like the starting stream soon, but maybe that's the right way to go about it. Alright, sorry, I'm just checking YouTube. Echo. Let's see, are we live? Alright, looks like I am. Cool, hello people. Well, today's the day. Today is basically the essence of all my procrastination, where we need to decide definitively which deck I'm taking Nationals, because I get one more day to grind. One more day to waste away and jam games. Oops, let me update the... And, that's going to be tomorrow, because I leave on Thursday. So tomorrow's my last grind day, and I want to use my grind day on whatever deck I decide to take. Tonight we need to choose. Tonight we need to choose. Sorry. Eat all these things. Delete. 0 loss 0. Best way to start. Clean 0. Luck this weekend. Thank you, Michael. It's gonna be fun. Regardless of how my luck goes, I just love these big events so much. So, okay, wins, losses. Deciding between what else? Deciding between and Levia. See y'all this week. That'll be the last little bit here. Larger. Alright, well, you all successfully also got me to my glasses goal before heading off to Nats, but unfortunately, I wasn't able to schedule an eye appointment this week, so it'll have to wait a bit. We'll have to wait a little bit, but I appreciate all the support. Well, wait, let me check. I feel like my head's in the right spot. Alright, head's in the right spot. My hair is just absolutely ridiculous today. Woohoo! Look at all this. Well, we're jamming with it. Take a shower tomorrow. Okay, cool. Well, welcome everyone. We're gonna jump into the stream. I've got a couple League of Levia friends who want to play games tonight, rather than the normal test group. So let me go ahead and hit them up, make sure that they're ready. Intro. I just want I'll send a link. Yo, man, Stan! How's it hanging? Well, you are supposed to be the man, Stan. I'm the man, Stan. Thanks for tuning in. How's it hanging? Today's been a lot better of a day. I've made peace with the shitty FedEx situation, and we're just not going to think about it. We're just going to let that hurdle past and deal with it on another day. We can focus on that. What we really need to focus on is deciding between Fai and Levia specifically. So, I have been enjoying the heck out of Levia again because I always try these different builds. There's nothing too consistent in terms of like the Levia playstyle I'm after. It's always just all over the place. But most recently, I've been trying a new split Levia that hybridizes both like a straight recursion plan and then a blood rush plan. So rather than hybrid club and blood debt, it's just recursion or blood rush. A very interesting split. Because the recursion package is like the least volatile way to play her. It's just so consistent in let me just find my Howl from Beyonds and just start to take away the game because the value that you just pump out of these is so good. It hits a lot of decks right now. It hits Oldhim, Dromai, Icelander, like Rhinar, any mid-range just gets absolutely trashed by the value you pull out of this kind of deck. And it does actually fit in pummels pretty well. And for once, it actually also, because you're dedicating the entire game plan towards this recursion suite specifically, Deep-Rooted Evil is playable. I never thought I would say that, but it's like legitimately playable because of Unworldly Bellow fitting your cost curve, where off of 2 blues and an Unworldly Bellow, you get to Howl from Beyond, Unworldly off your first blue, and then off your second blue, play Deep-Rooted Evil for potentially 13 damage off of 3 cards. Just playing out true recursion pieces, only spending 1 true card from the deck. And that is pretty nuts. Like, it feels damn good. But then you do get to split it, so you can... Oops, wait, this list isn't even sideboarded properly. I put this back. That's it. That's how it was supposed to look. Yes. But then you can also sideboard towards just your aggro plan, which is unfortunately just a race. Against hard aggro, you can't go for the value strat, but you can go for just full-on Blood Rush. So it switches strategies pretty easily. It's been pretty fun to play, and results seem decent. One issue is a lot of Unworldlies are a little clunky when you swap over to Blood Rush, but they do combo pretty decently with Bare Fangs. Kind of, in a way, is like another Swing Big. 2 cost for 8, so you can layer an Unworldly on top of that. It's okay. It's pretty cool. It's a nice way to play the deck. So that's kind of the Levia build I'm set on if I do go Levia. I'll tinker around with, like, those last slots, but like I really think this is the best way to play Levia right now, because never before has the meta been so targeted by recursion. Recursion, for once, has its time in the spotlight, and man, it's good. Man, it feels good. Slower games, you just get so much value. And then, of course, Fai is the other choice. But there are multiple ways to take Fai these days. What's up, DM Armana? Good to see you, Steven. She's my baby, but she's let me down a little bit. In fact, let me show you. This is kind of funny. So I just joined the Patreon for Talishar, which was long overdue, honestly. And this is what's kind of funny, right? Oh, oops, not a frame. Need to stay here. Let me scoot the chair. Stay here. So this is what's kind of funny. I have played so many games of Levia, 67 games of Levia on this website, right? And my win rate is just above 50%. And I mean, this isn't the best data. Like, I don't try hard in every game. Some lists are absolute trash that I'm just messing around with. But out of all these games, I have just hit about 51% win rate, which I don't feel great about. I'd like to think I win a lot of games with Levia, but I mean, that's the metrics. It's right there. 67 games, 34 wins, ends up with 51% win rate, which is, I mean, in terms of like video game balance, like for League of Legends, which is my experience, when a hero sits at like 50% win rate, they're considered balanced, like a champion in League. Doesn't tend to get touched in patch notes if their win rate is at about 50%. It's just a balanced hero. So me playing Levia the way I do has shown me that, well, she's just okay. When you play her, hopefully the best you can play her, she just ends up being okay. Like, not terrible, just okay. But then you look at like Fai, and I've played 35 games with Fai on the platform, and I've only dropped 7, and I guarantee you the 7 I dropped were probably when I was pretty new with the deck, to pick up an 80% win rate with Fai. And I just started playing this deck 2 weeks ago. And that's pretty nuts. The rest isn't like super relevant to look at, but that's just the discrepancy, right? Of the hero I put all my time and effort and love into. And we're only clocking in at like 51% win. Compared to Fai, which like in 2 weeks, we're sitting at 80. That's a lot of games played. Like 35 is it's Talishar, but you know, most of my opponents are my test partners, not randoms on the internet. So anyway, yeah, it's just a funny thing to look at. But the Fai deck that we'd be deciding upon also is a little tricky, because it's either the like hybrid Fai that I've been working on with Sam Dando, playing a bunch on stream. I really feel like this deck kind of does everything I want and has unique enough counts that someone who doesn't really know the deck list is going to be caught by surprise for a lot of the cute little cards that are coming in. I mean, I don't think everything's necessarily like hidden information. A lot of people play these cards, but you know, like a cheeky Razor Reflex in there, the 2-ofs of some of our tech cards, that stuff's pretty hot. But then there's like the tried and tested at this point, just straight Kodachi Fai, which I need to give this deck like another proper shot, because it's pretty nice. This deck plays really well. I played it like ass yesterday, and I won a Fai mirror, so we definitely need to give this another go. I don't think it's going to be the Fai I end up bringing, but you know, there's inspiration to take for sure by looking at successful Fai lists. So anyway, plan tonight is going to be to just bring it all together, look at the past 2 weeks of streams, you know, take into account all the viewers' opinions as well. Which you're probably all going to say play Levia. And then I'll just have to make my choice and deal with it. And then tomorrow will just be like an absolute grind fest of the deck I commit on. But hey, today we're going to figure that out. So I'm going to jump in real quick on a Fai game. Just because I want to give this list another shot. Just one more shot. While we're feeling good. Because yesterday it was the last deck I played and I was kind of burned out. Didn't feel great. Didn't feel great. Oh man, and it's got all the matchups preset. Alright, Oldhim. Let's not even think. Let's just click the button. Alright, so the Oldhim sideboard looks like we take it to 65 cards. Hello. Which, to be honest, never a huge fan of going over 60 by weird numbers like that. Normally, if I'm going over 60, it's because there's like an extra playset of things that actually matter in first cycle, or an extra playset of things I'm trying to stack in second cycle. But 65, we'll trust him. We will trust him. Oh, this is hilarious. It changed to Winds of Eternity. Did this list change? Wait, UK National Championship first? I could have sworn this used to be Flusterfist when we looked at this yesterday. And this is the meme I was talking about. Run Winds of Eternity. Run one Flusterfist, one Winds, one Zen State thing. Find center. Okay, so anyway. Equipment, looks like that was already pre-chosen as well. We'll jump into this. We'll jump in. Good evening, Zakar. So, actually, question for the chat. Are you all able to see the join button? Because Woman Sant was looking for the join button and just didn't see the option, friend. She's logged in and everything. And, like, I see the join button. But she does not. Okay, so it passed right in. Cool as hell. Thank you, Michael. It is just copyright-free lo-fi beats. All right, so he just passed. It looks like he's on more of a fatigue route because Rampart is telling us that he probably wants to take the game long. Gets a lot of value out of that. So this kind of hand is not that interesting. The ideal arsenal target would be the Belittle here, but the Rise from the Ashes... Oh god, that's a little gross, because the Rise from the Ashes is just going to be a 3 buff here if all we do is take that. I think the first thing we'll do is maybe just Belittle, and we'll save the Rise, because it's not that good here. Oh no, but I would have to... Oh god. Belittle needs to reveal... Oh yeah. Well, that's not fun. Alright, we're probably going to get some bad value this turn. Almost for sure. But we'll do it this way. So now I could reveal with the Phoenix Flame in... Which doesn't sound that interesting, because this would just be 0 this turn. If I do it that way, I can Belittle, pitch the Rabble, reveal Phoenix, go in for Kodachi, Soulbeat Strike, and just Arsenal the Phoenix. So I'm fine for that line. Save some reds for second cycle. How is everyone doing? No one's answered about the join button. I'm puzzled. I need to know. Woman Sant, is she correct or am I correct? Do you see a join button? She doesn't see one, but I do. Whoa! He's blocking 6 on Belittle. I never know what's going on with some of these games. Like, is that just a misclick? Okay, he must have realized it's a misclick. Undo. He clicks undo. Which, you know, I'm not gonna shark people about that. It's all good. If you click undo, it's fine. If you click undo, I hope it's because you truly just misclicked. If you misplayed, then kind of just eat it would be my take. Just eat it. If you misplayed, happens to all of us. It's just a game. Yes, you all see it. Okay, so Woman Sant is just... Can you check again? Yeah, alright, she's gonna check again. I gave her $5. She's supposed to sign up to join. You're supposed to help instigate, you know, people joining. So you get some emotes. Alright, thank you for answering, Jim and Dr. Doak. Dr. Oak? Dr. Doak. or Dread Oak. That's interesting. Don't know how to say that. It's me. You had to ask? You had to ask. Oh my god. Okay. Oh, you can join? Alright, beautiful. She's gonna do it. Perfect. Alright, well, in the meantime, chat, start casting your votes. I think I can do a proper poll. Let's check this out. Alright, let's do Fai or Levia? Fai? Levia. Or Nationals. Ask my community. I don't know when the poll will expire, but let's start getting votes in. I really expect you all to say Levia. I will not, like, it will be no surprise when we get 100% of votes for Levia. But maybe some of you really care. Oh, there you go. Thank you, Woman Sant. But maybe some of you really care about a potential top 8 and want me on Fai. Alright, that was probably the longest first turn I've ever taken. I apologize to player 2. I deeply apologize, player 2. Not my intent to run us that long. Alright, this hand is pretty bad. It's really interesting how infrequently Phoenix Flame gets +1 with this Kodachi build. That is just very odd to me. Very odd. This hand is, this hand leaves a lot to be desired. Oh, thank you for the join the league. I think that means you subscribed. Thank you, thank you. Someone else subscribed. Thank you, thank you. Ah, man, this hand is just gonna be... This is just gonna be a bad one. It's just gonna be a bad one. But maybe he overcommits and ice reacts us. Tries to disrupt all this juicy badness that we going on. Yeah, so this kind of matchup where the Oldhim goes straight fatigue is what would be my worry with like a pure Kodachi Fai list. Because Kodachis just get eaten alive by any list that runs Crown Rampart and enough Earth cards to supplement just blocking Kodachis out every turn. They just don't really do anything. You know, they take 1 card. 2 resources takes 1 card, and that is pretty weak. Whereas Searing Emberblade Fai doesn't get hurt by that almost at all. Just kind of rolls over. Oh! What the heck? Oh. You okay? Okay, well, my opponent DC'd. I don't think we can count that as a win or a loss, because that was only a turn and a half. Perhaps he just didn't want to play a full fatigue game plan. But that's on you, Oldhim. That's on you. It's the Oldhims who choose that life. Just go full fatigue. That was not me trying to do that. Alright. Let's try... Maybe it'll be a more interesting matchup. But to be fair, playing like the top decks is going to be the most valuable. Deciding on one deck or... All about the league, but go play Fai to win. Alright, Michael, well, you are in the minority, because look at those votes already. Got... Yeah, definitely favoring Levia. But, hey, I favor Levia as well. I really want to try to take this list all the way. Not this one. But it's going to take some fine-tuning. I like where it lines up now, but when you're forced to go Blood Rush to race aggro, the deck can just sometimes do... That's the curse of playing around Blood Rush Bellow. You either see it or you don't. But when you play Recursion, boy does it feel good. Okay, so we just clicked Briar. We're not putting too much thought into the sideboarding. Against Briar, normally in like an aggro mirror, you want to go second to demand blocks first, but Briar can get a lot of value going first. So I am going to take going first in this matchup. If anything, I'll just try to play out all my attacks and force her to block, because Briar's not a deck that really wants to block anyway, so sometimes you can just take really good cards out of their hand on turn 0. It can be channels. It can be good stuff. This hand doesn't do it, though. What is this Fai deck? I swear, when I play the other Fai deck that I've been working on, it just kind of does the same thing every turn. This is much more interesting, I have to admit. I don't even like any of these options. If I just bottom the E-Strike and then go Snatch, it just takes the Snatch hit. And I'm just going to Arsenal Art of War no matter what. The hand doesn't really do else. Okay. Go again. Levia smash dong. Oh, okay, he blocks with a swarming. So, I mean, that's quite good. That's why we swing turn 1, is because Briar has very high value cards. Like, just getting that out of there. Why not? I'll take that. I will take that. Alright, and of course Sandra's already dropping Mansalt. That is uncalled for, just saying. It's not a Mansalty type of knight. I played against a Fai that used only 0 cost cards once. Interesting. Did they just run no weapons? What can you hope to do? Oh no, I guess only 0 cost. Well then you can still pitch in a Kodachi Fai. They can be blue. He didn't say 0 cost reds. Just said 0 cost. Alright. Wait, hold on. He played Sonata, it revealed Meet and Greet, Ravenous Rabble, Earthlore. He picked the Rabble, and then came in with it already. So, you know, turning 1 card into 5 damage. It's just the lovely thing that Runeblades do. I'm not too concerned about blocking, though. This hand can push quite nicely. This is definitely an Art of War type of turn. Just never pitched. Alright, speaking of not wanting to block, I actually do need to block now. I am not keen to discard a card, so sure. Get some equipment. Gross. But if that's all he does, that's really not so bad. That is really not so bad. The interesting part here, though, is ideally I'd want to try to, like, Kodachi, Soul Bead, take the tempo. That won't necessarily work, though, because Soul Bead isn't guaranteed to hit. So this hand gets significantly weaker if it doesn't hit. So in that case, I could just lead with Art of War. It could just be an Art of War turn. It's going to be a relatively weak Art of War turn. The hand doesn't really play out, let's see, otherwise, because it's denied this. The other option... Okay, this is a weird one, but I could Art of War just for +1 go again. That way this comes in for 5, just has go again. Then this will come in for 6. So I'm using Art of War for just +2. That feels pretty weak. That definitely feels pretty weak. But this is already a 4 damage card, so I'm not keen on banishing it. I think we'll try just for the +2 in Art of War. It's not amazing. But it does just fit with the... Oh shoot, it doesn't fit with the cost curve of the turn, because the... we messed this up. We messed this up royally. It's alright. Alright, so we could also do this where we Soul Bead and then Art of War +1, banish the take the tempo. That is, like, insanely greedy. But sure. We kind of messed this turn up. Oh, he's playing around it. Oh, that's quite nice from this guy. But he did commit... Alright, this is kind of funny, but he did commit a 2-block equipment piece here. So if we do just snaps it and then take the tempo will hit. That's interesting. Most of the time you don't even need snaps in this deck, so I'm inclined to push it here. I think we will go for it. We will go for it, mostly because he committed the 2-block equipment piece. So now this is threatening a real hit effect. Again. I gotta say, I really do prefer the other Fai. Just the more draconic Fai is definitely weaker to Erase Face. Like this version of Fai is pretty impervious to both CNC and Erase Face. Because you don't need to arsenal many things with this kind of deck. You're not even setting up kind of that Phoenix Flame loop where you can set up for double Phoenix, play one, arsenal the next one, kind of eat in between those Shuko value turns. This build doesn't necessarily even go for those lines, so your arsenal is not something that is necessarily played for. You can put the value cards in it, like Art of War is going to be a good one, but for the most part, yeah, like if you just don't arsenal, you don't play into CNC, which is for this kind of deck. and it's also impervious to Erase Face. So I can definitely see this being... Alright, so that's not playable, right? How it works. Take the tempo cares about hack action. Alright, well, that's unfortunate. That is very unfortunate. Because he didn't block it. Disrespected how good that could have been. Alright, so he's wasting 2 resources on the Grasp just to come in with the meet and greet with Go again. Not inclined to block this. I think our hand is going to be... So this kind of hand actually is very much a +1 Go again. We don't need to banish. Because we'll be able to just +1 Go again for the first headlong, and then that'll trigger the next one, that'll then trigger Lava, and we can actually Arsenal the Phoenix. So he's going to get the Rune Chant here, but it's not the biggest deal. We'll let it happen. Oh god, okay, this dude needs to chill with Consuming Volition. Oh, that is mighty annoying. He had Consuming Volition back to back. And it really affects what our hand can do. It really affects what our hand can do. We can still push quite a bit if we block... Oh man, it hurts so bad, but we could block with Lava Burst and Furnace. And then we still get to do our +1 play. But then we'll lose on the Phoenix Flame in Arsenal, is the difference. We're losing the 1 Draconic bit. Oh, that's pretty rough. That is pretty rough. Maybe there was an argument to last turn, since I did block with a card, I could have just... Actually, I think last turn blocking on the Consuming was just wrong. I should have just taken the hit and discarded the 1 card. Because this being at 1 now is more impactful. Because it would have let me block 4 on equipment alone for the Consuming. That is rough. That is rough. Alright. We will just let the Blaze go, I guess. By going this route. We'll still be able to Lava Burst. It's fine. It's fine. Sure. If you ever block with Mask? Nah, it's way too early. Mask is pretty big in taking down Briar, because they have decent equipment, but it doesn't last. Their equipment's going to go pretty quickly. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if their equipment pretty much gets exhausted by next turn. Yes. Alright, and then we're going to go again and buff. Then we come in with Blaze Headlong. 5, and this is pretty nice because he neglected to block here. So he gives us a real card to interrupt Mask, which was a Force of Nature. That's pretty relevant. That is pretty relevant. And then just 6 on the Lava Burst. And it looks like he doesn't like his hand, because he's giving us a very low value card for 2 life. Wow. We'll take that. We will take that. Oh, good god. Okay, this deck just draws so weird. It's not my type of Fai, not gonna lie. Like, the benefit of running Fai, as I've been in these past 2 weeks, is just the consistency is off the chart. The deck is just so fluid. But this is not great. I don't think we super care about the Snatch here. It is a card for Arsenal, so we just take it. It doesn't block anyway. Sure. I mean, in theory, he could Tunic Creepers, go for something nuts. He's not going to. The only thing wrong about taking the hit there is that he gets the embodiment. But this is going to be the turn where I would hope he spends all of his equipment. Might not necessarily be the case because we're only going to go 2 wide, which is pretty annoying. Definitely pretty annoying. We could go 3 wide by pitching a Rise just to swing a Kodachi in. But man, that sounds awful. That sounds awful. The other thing we could do is double rise for the Phoenix. And then we could swing in the Rising Resentment. Because at that point, if it hits, we could get the Mounting Anger trigger. We're going to lose 1 damage otherwise. Because if you just play the Phoenix second, then it gets the +1. But I think we really do want to try to go 3 wide. So we're going to lose 1 damage by going this route. We're going to lose 1 damage by going this route. But it is worth the attempt. It's because we want 3 wide to force an interaction out. And if he blocks this, then we just Arsenal. But I'm not convinced he's going to block it. We'll see. We will see. We're also still a little hurt by that take the tempo hit. Okay, he lets it through. This is big. Yep. It's pretty big. Now we threaten Mask on a 4. All right. Ugh, no hit effect, though. No real hit effect. Okay, but we got a card out of him. So that did work. That did work fine. The Phoenix Flame is already on the chain. So these freaking rise. So we don't get to send anything to Arsenal. It is fine. Okay, once again, we have a hand without a blue. This has happened far too often. I'm not a huge fan of how it's played. It's fine. It's alright. Could we have gone 4 wide? Rise, Flame, Break Chain. Not... Okay, so we could have, but that's not helpful to what we were trying to do. Okay, he's gonna come in for 9. Rise, Flame, Resentment, hit Blaze. Break Chain, the next Rise. Resentment, Blaze. Interesting. Yes, okay, so actually that does work in terms of... It wouldn't let us go 4 wide. It would just let us close the chain. Then either Arsenal the Rise or replay it at the very end. However, that would have left us weak into what he just did for the CNC for 9. But I think it was still... I don't know if it was better to go for the route I did, but I was just really honing in on trying to get the Mask to be threatened that turn. So going 3 wide with big numbers was the goal. And there was no way to set it up where Rise from the Ashes would have triggered on Rising Resentment to really make that the hard card to block. So it was just always up to him whether or not to really block this card. Whether we made the Phoenix Flame 3 or 6. It was just going to be up to him whether this is the card he blocks. So, I don't know, but that did work. There's no benefit to not breaking the chain. I mean, there is, because... Okay, but the thing is, this cares about the length of the chain, because this needs to be the second chain link to make this cost 0. And then breaking the chain also is going to interrupt the... Alright, we'll go Brand. Smallest hit. Maybe even bigger than that triggers. See it? Alright, so then we're going to even bigger than that. Just because we do want the extra card for the E-Strike here. That'd be pretty nice. And it'll also help us... Oof. Alright, we didn't hit any of our 4s, though. We did not hit any of our 4s. Well, so we do have to just fish. We have to just fish. We were hoping for Snatch, Soul Bead Strike, Blaze Headlong, any of those. I guess it could have been fine to just not play it and go for the E-Strike instead. But what this does help is also push our Ravenous damage, because otherwise Ravenous was just coming in. Alright, well, we can pretend. Oh, it hit! We're good. Sure, but Rising would be the second chain link in both lines. Yes, it would, which is why I'm saying, actually, there shouldn't be a delay. It's just that I'm just turning and looking. So I don't see it right in front of me. I have to just turn and look. There shouldn't actually be a delay. Well, the Blaze Headlong is pretty lucky, not gonna lie. Makes me more inclined to just E-Strike here for draw a card than anything. Sure. Say draw a card. Gets the go again from the Quicken. Oh, it's another even bigger than that. Well, that's a fine arsenal. It's a fine arsenal. Yeah, it would be the second chain link in both lines. Which is why, in the end, it's just about whether or not he decides to block. Because there's nothing we can really do to make this a breakpoint. So I think both lines just really come down to whether he lets this through. Which he did. Have you seen Yoji yet? Yeah, I saw Yoji. He's pretty cute. I like how they keep making these old men young heroes. Ah, Sigil. Alright, well done. You play that card. Good job. Alright, and for once, for the first time ever, we actually get our Phoenix Flame coming in. Just for one, though. And Arsenal. Don't hate that. This hand's pretty good, too. This hand's quite good. Unless this is some crazy channel mount turn, we probably are fine to just block with everything here and go wide. Please don't be another consuming. Or I guess if it is another consuming, we're just sacking both equipment. What's going on? Okay, so on the Sonata, he revealed 3 attacks, by the way. He's playing Moonwish. Alright, so the Alishar did have like that Moonwish challenge, but it did end. So I hope he doesn't think this is like legitimately good card in Briar. The challenge is over. So if it hits search my deck for a card named Sunkiss, do I really just like sack all the equipment on blocking this? What do I care about Sunkiss? It just gives him life? I really like don't want to give him life. This looks awful, but like, whatever, we win next turn. This is so stupid. Alright, alright. Cool. Alright, here we go. We finally have the synergistic hand. This hand works. Alright, he's gonna let it through. We're gonna even bigger than that. Ooh. Nice. Oh my god, the snatch is gonna be sick. So the snatch is gonna be quite good. We don't want the 1 cost here. So I think we can just leave it like this. Where we draw the snatch, we give it go again. Yeah, that's quite good. I guess it means we come in with it here, though, which is a little awkward. But hey, man's a block without him knowing much about our hand. And then we know there's a red on top for the Ravenous Rabble as well. This is pretty nice. And if take the tempo triggers, then it will also banish a relevant attack. So we quite like how that worked out. Here comes most likely a Sigil again. There it is. Okay, and then we can... I mean, we don't have Mask anymore, so it's just a question of pushing down. So it doesn't super matter if we Kodachi here or later. This is not... There's only been 2 Draconics, right? Yeah, so unfortunately, no matter what, the brand isn't going to make it enough Draconics for us to get back Phoenix Flame. It's always unfortunate. I do love when I get Phoenix from the graveyard. It's that little baby recursion. Maybe that's why I've enjoyed Fai next to Levia. It's because he gets a little recursion. He gets a little bit of that Howl from Beyond, Deep-Rooted Evil style goodness. It's pretty nice. It's pretty nice to have that in your deck. That replayable damage is quite nice. Okay, and we know that it was revealing Soulbead, which is also relevant for the Take the Tempo hit. Okay, wow. Take the Tempo is going to hit. This is pretty nuts. He can't stop it. He's only got 4 equipment available, so this will hit. Soulbead's easily a good card to play next turn. Like, there's a... it doesn't matter about 3rd Chain Link anymore because we don't have Mask. There's no more Mask. I blocked with it. So, being 3rd Chain Link doesn't mean anything for the Snatch. And on top of that, if we did have Mask, it's also almost, stacking the double draw on that 1 link does take away your ability to then spread potentially another Mask trigger later because you're using a Kodachi on something that he's definitely then going to block on chain. So, I think even with Mask, I would play it that way. Well, I guess we didn't know it was Snatch, actually. We didn't know it was Snatch. So, to be fair, it was probably still better to swing Kodachi. But if we knew it was Snatch, it was better to do it that way. It's okay. We don't think everything all the way through on stream. We just try not to look like a complete fool. But this hand will do it. This hand goes wide enough that the game is quite over. I'm here for it. This hand, good enough for me. Lines up beautifully. Lead with a Kodachi. He concedes. GG's. Alright, that's going to put us at a true 1-0 now. Last dude conceding doesn't count. This dude conceding is fine. Alright. Cool. So that's the Kodachi Fai. Really not the biggest fan, but like if it wins, it wins, right? So we'll try one more. Try one more. Just because I'm still not playing it perfectly. And I do appreciate all this. This is not so much to think about. Although I did see the oh, it's an Oldhim. Okay, nice. I actually kind of do want to play this game. Hello. Okay, so we just click the button. We're already pre-sideboarded. We know it's at 65, and all we need to know is that we're not running the EBTTs, and that's all you got. So, anything else still in the list? In looking at the... I can pull it up here. In looking at the sideboard guide for this deck... docs. My basic sideboard plan. Here it is. In looking at the sideboard plan for this deck, this is written by the pilot. It's Flusterfist. Okay, I mean, it's still the exact same. What's funny about that is this card doesn't matter beyond just being a 0-cost, 3-block, 2-attack. The text is completely irrelevant. So you could run Flusterfisk, Winds of Eternity, or combo, the one that makes the Zen token, whatever that one's called. Still can't remember the name. Something like 34 on Talishar. Good list. Yeah, it's good, but it's just, it's not what I like out of Fai. I like the consistency out of Fai. And what I'm calling consistency is drawing a blue in every hand. Which is at least what you need for the Searing Emberblade list to really function. The Kodachis, you can go without the blue every turn. You still come in with a lot of breakpoints. But, man, just seeing a blue in every hand... it's pretty nice. Feels very fluid in the this version. I just really liked how the ratios balanced out. Cranial Crush. Okay. I'm fine leaking 1 damage. This card's not really anything special, and of course we can sink here. And the question becomes, do we want to sink one of these? Not really. I'm not... I guess preserving another red could be cool, but there's nothing I'm really digging for. Alright, well, this hand worked out fine. I don't really need to... I guess what the Blittle does here is it lets me get the Phoenix Flame. There's nothing wrong with going for it. I mean, otherwise all this turn is Kodachi's Rising Lava Burst, which misses a Shiko damage. I'm okay playing without Arsenal. Ideally, you don't want to have an Arsenal going into his Tunic 3, because it could be a Pummel CNC anyway. So, if we play with that Arsenal this turn, then basically we also should look to play with that Arsenal next turn. And then we can start Arsenal. So, Kodachi's is good and fun. What do you need? Oh, I agree. I mean, I was playing Kodachi Fai to top 8 at the Last Chance Qualifier and 9th place at the Battle Hardened. I think Kodachi Fai is very fun. But it's just one of Nat's now, so it's just... That definitely takes some fun points away from it. It's now a known quantity. I liked it better when people were still questioning it. I mean, that's kind of an irrelevant point. It's definitely a good deck. It is a good deck. It's a very fine deck. But it's just, yeah, it's just a known quantity now. Also, sad to hear you're considering playing Fai instead of Levia. Alright, well, here's the deal. And I said this super early on, but now we can reiterate because there's a bunch of people watching. So here's the thing. I've played Levia 67 games on this website, right? And to be fair, they're not all good Levia builds. I definitely play a bunch of weird Levia. Alright, he blocked with the pummel. That's fine. Yellow pummel. With me. Sure. Let's go in with our Kodachi's. Where'd it go? I play a lot of Levia on this website. And I would consider myself pretty good at playing Levia. Never perfect. And even with some good lists, some bad lists, some very experimental, probably never to be played again lists, I'm rocking at like a 51% win rate, right? And that's just okay. That is like remarkably just okay, you know? That would be considered balanced. Like in a video game, 50% is considered balanced. Like no need to really touch it. You are exactly where you should be. You win one, you lose one. You win one, you lose one. Blah, blah, blah. Game balance would not touch a deck like that. However, here's Fai. I've played 37 games so far. I've only dropped 7, and I've probably only dropped those when I was first touching the deck. That is insane. The difference here. A hero that I only started playing 2 weeks ago. Granted, he's not that complicated. Compared to Levia, right? And just look at the win rate. So going into Nationals. Going to Nationals, like, you just have to look at some of those things realistically, right? Like, come on. One is clearly putting up better results on even just this dinky website. And this website, nothing against the players, but, you know, for like a pro tour, I don't think playing these games is that useful, other than learning your own deck. Because the player quality is like all over the place. But honestly, for Nationals, this is pretty fine. Nationals player quality is also all over the place. Nothing against US Nats players, but like it is kind of all over the place. You can't really deny it. It is Nats is so big in the US. People come from a lot of different regions. There's some really strong players. There's also a lot of okay players. And then there's some players who just squeak in because of, I don't want to say like getting lucky, but like having good runs in the tournaments that mattered for sure. Like I've top 4'd RTNs having no business doing so, just like having lucky runs. It happens to everybody. And everyone's going to go to a Nationals if they have their invite because it's an amazing time. Like it's an amazing time. There's no reason not to go. So I just expect Nats to be just a huge melting pot of people who love the game. Doesn't mean everyone's the best player. It's just going to be people who love the game. The average Tileshar player is, yeah. We're not even playing for Ice React. I don't super care. Because this card's as good next turn as it is this turn. It's fine with me. Alright, never mind. We missed our blue. Wow. Talk about an unplayable hand. Interesting. Well then. These have no targets. These have no targets. I can't get to Rupture 4. Huh. This is one of those draw sequences that you just really don't want, because I even said we're trying not to have an Arsenal into his Tunic 3. Because it could be Pummel CNC. And yet here we are with an unplayable hand that is probably going to want us to Arsenal. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. Yeah, because we can't even Ancestral the Phoenix Flame, because it's not Ninja. Nice. Alright, well, the very pitiful line is Kodachi, pitch, Oh, okay. Well, first would be Rise. It would be Rise, Kodachi on these. Play Phoenix, play Lava Burst. Here we go. That sounds horrible. That sounds really horrible. But our hand, like, really doesn't do anything else. Okay. Sure. If he ice reacts, then we just slow down. Our turn was garbage anyway. And we just Arsenal and let it be. Although we really don't want to Arsenal. Just might be what happens. Oh well. I mean, Furnace is the same. Either just pitching double red or Furnace is the same result here. We don't really need the... I mean, we would Furnace, of course, instead of pitch, because it is one more resource. But will we use that extra resource? Not really. But he doesn't know that. So we can look fancy doing it. We can look fancy doing it. Heck yeah. Here we go. Looking fancy. Now, ideally, he really wants to set up some big pummel play on this turn. So he won't try to block with everything necessarily. Undid his last action. Okay, he's probably trying to crown. Oldhims always forget their windows to crown. There he goes. So once again, he's on Rampart, so this is most likely like a fully fatigued Oldhim. So these turns look pretty bad, but at the end of the day, we're preserving reds. And this pitch stack, while it looks awful, is going to get shuffled from Minnowism anyway. Little Minnowism. Whatever. It's whatever. At least if this goes through with no Ice React, then we get our Shuko trigger. Solid. I like my Shuko triggers. But, you know, Ice React definitely fits the game plan of I'm just going to swing hammer Arsenal. And normally it's not what they go for on Tunic 3. Could be. Okay, let's see it. Alright, we got to play it, folks. We got to play it. Wonderful. Oh, unplayable. I understand, my friend. I want you to do amazing in Nats as well. You just made me love Levia. I'm not brave enough to play it, but I respect. It's not about bravery. It's really about passion. I think Levia is a very capable deck. She really can win so many games. And that's what you want out of a deck, right? You want the deck to be able to win. And she really can. She really can. But I don't think it's so much about bravery. You have to just grind, because some days she's going to really have it. And some days she's not. Some days she's just not. So it's about the grind, about the commitment, the passion you have for the hero. Because we know the hero's playable. We know she's good enough. It's just, is it your day or not? We just don't know. We never know until we play the games. And the sad part about that, right, is it's never really about getting unlucky. It's just avoiding getting unlucky. All right, well, this hand isn't going to play for Belittle super well. It's definitely... oh, man. It's just not great. But the widest we can go would just be strike, rabble. So it's what we'll do. Here it comes. It's what it said. It's what it said. Oldhim. So this is the sideboard notes for the list by the guy who plays it. Or at least the guy who played it to first place. Other people might be. But, according to the sideboard notes, you run 65 cards. Here it is. I don't know if it lets you see the sideboard. Here we go. Oldhim matchup. Yep, see red cards. Belittle +3, even bigger, -3, sink +3. So we're running at 65 cards. I'm just taking his word for it. Oh, it looks like we revealed a Minnowism Unravel. That's great. We lost our breakpoint. Love it. Oof. And we're going to draw Minnowism next turn. That's not great for arsenaling Belittle. I think that means we actually prefer to arsenal take the tempo. Alright, buff power. Weird turns, weird turns. Play Azalea. I get the passion. You drop Searing against Oldhim? No, I did not. This is the Oldhim matchup according to the first place player. All you drop are the even bigger than that's and the that's all you got. You run everything else. Supposedly. Supposedly. I almost prefer he ice reacts because I don't want to play into Pummel C. Losing this card is pretty bad value for us. But maybe he just doesn't have it. Also allowed. So allowed. To really play around it would be to E-Strike draw a card, but every little bit of damage matters in this matchup. Because it's Oldhim, and it's more so fatigue Oldhim. Dude is playing Rampart. Which is pretty counter to what every Oldhim says against Fai, is against the Rune Blades, against Fai, like Oldhim actively needs to try to win the game. So playing Stalagmite ends up working out pretty well, playing a bit more aggro. It's just really hard to fatigue aggro right now. Aggro is, oh, okay, well we have a double blue hand. But this is going to be the issue, is Sync is not going to work on the whale. Sync will not work on the whale. That's annoying. Could you drop the link to that in the chat? Yeah, so this is all shared from the player's Twitter. So it's nothing unique to me. He shared this all on Twitter, and I was just perusing around. More information on Fai lists, because, you know, I'm pretty happy with where I have the Fai list from working with Sam Dando, myself, test partners. But hey, we haven't won a Nationals yet, and this guy did. This is annoying. This is very, very annoying. Can't sync on the whale. We take the Frostbite, then this is going to cost 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, which, to be fair, our hand could pay for. It could pay for that. Then we just Arsenal sync. Sounds pretty bad to sink all of those resources into Kodachi's when he'll just Crown Tunic. Or just a Crown Rampart. So instead, the turn could be just mounting. Try to just be mounting Kodachi take. Should be the same cost. So, sure, whatever. We'll just take it. Double blue is at least lucky enough to let us play through this a little bit. Ice React is going to deny us the Sink Below in Arsenal. Oh no, because I was counting pitching the Mounting Anger for the Take the Temp. I guess we are looking to pitch Sink. This won't really work. This won't really work. But, you know, presenting damage is presenting damage. Sure. Give him a breakpoint. If we at least throw some pressure at him, then it's likely the channel won't stick. Because he would need to keep 2 cards. Most likely 3 cards, because he'd need to pay for something with double ice. And just Winter's Wail only costs him 1 ice. So he'd have to keep like an attack and 2 ice cards to really try to stick channel. So we're just going to throw enough damage that he doesn't likely get that out of his turn. Alright, so like an attack like this will let him keep channel. It would cost him 2 blues. So that gone already means channel's probably not sticking. It's fine. And he's going to Ice React. Alright, Ice React is fine here. We will just get rid of the Sink. Unfortunately, this hit effect does nothing here. I was hoping he would commit like Tunic Resource, at least on Crown here, to try to prevent this, but yeah, we won't get anything out of that. so throwing Take the Tempo feels pretty darn weak, but it's a question of turning this into 2 damage or 5. Or sorry, 1 damage or 5. And since he didn't use Tunic to block that, this really could be the pummel play. So screw it, we'll play it out. It's not like this hit effect goes through most of the time anyway, against Oldhim. We'll just play it out. I think I'm constantly out of frame. Because when I look over, I turn my head. Alright, but even so, it looks like I am lean. Let me double check. Alright, so if I'm... Alright, I do lean to the side quite a bit, so I need to move. It's probably better. Alright. 1 for 5 isn't the worst rate. No, it's totally fine. You know, if you really wanted to be spicy about it, that card could be bingo, baby. Big fan of bingo. Some of these Levia losses definitely come from a Club Levia build I was trying at bingo. That's why this win rate is not, like, the most relevant. I definitely try some horrible Levia builds. Just disgustingly awful. Just try it. You know, someone's got to try it. And yes, I was playing a bingo Club Levia. Mostly just for return off Tunic, where you could just got your Tunic floating around. 1 card, turn for 5. It was not good. It was not good at all. Cool. Well, we played through his channel here. What we wanted. And funny enough, we actually snuck some damage through, which is kind of cool. Didn't we sneak like 1 damage on this? Yeah, we snuck a damage. Oh, that turn was fine. Turn was all right. Channel's gone, and you're probably just Arsenals now. Ah, see, these hands are what makes me question this list. It feels like this just doesn't do enough. Doesn't do enough. Especially into Oldhim. Like, the Kodachis really just don't do anything. Unless he's bad about it. Which he shouldn't be. Here he goes. With Razor Reflex? No, it wasn't even with Razor Reflex. It was just to try a different abuse of, like, the Tunic line. Where instead of only threatening pummel off of Tunic, which is what that build really loves to do, you would have these hands where you could return for, like, a Boneyard Marauder off Tunic. In this build, specifically, it was a bingo off Tunic. Big value, right? Big value. Not really. It was not that good. What is this guy doing? Come on, dude. God, the Oldhim players who don't sequence things right, but then also play the longest games known to man, are very annoying. Yeah, this hand, like, really does nothing. Really does nothing. Man, this hurts. Although he's gonna see that it does so next to nothing that he probably doesn't block this, and we squeak through Ancestral damage. This is a little sad. It's a little, yeah, it's very sad. It's very sad. Obviously, if he blocks, we're not going to Ancestral it. In fact, oh, okay, he didn't block yet. Could still Earth React, but he would take 1 here, so. No, it's bad value. It's such bad value, but. It's a damage, baby. Let's do it. It is a damage. A singular damage. Oh man, this would have been nice to have. That would have been amazing to have. Okay. Here we go. Here goes our turn. I'm rather gonna arsenal that. This isn't the list. This list is an evolution of the Singapore top 8, except tuned towards the ice. Okay. Yeah, I mean, the heavy belittle line is gonna play really well into ice. Like belittle in this version, I was siding a full 6 belittle plus 1 minimalism into Icelander, and that matchup becomes fantastic. That matchup feels so good when you just have a belittle in every hand. Quite nice. Quite nice. Well, he's coming in for 7. We don't really care. Still inclined to sink just to find a blue, but we don't have to. He revealed a Macho Grande and a Glacial. This does not have the ice effect on it, so we'll just hold the sink for Arsenal, bro. Okay. Here comes Mounting Anger. Only pitching a yellow though, so we'll be sure to Kodachi swing. But it does look like we'll be able to pull off, in theory, Brand, Kodachi, Phoenix will all fit in this curve. That's alright. Yellow's another Shugo trigger. Yeah. Yeah, like honestly, the yellow belittle just slots right in. It's pretty incredible. It's quite good. It's +1 Shugo damage, searches that minnow, and this list really needs its blue to pop off most of the time. And it can use the double blue pretty well if you do have like the Erase Faced or Commanding Lens. So, yeah, it feels good. Feels good in that. Good effect here. Alright. This. How's Levia versus Oldhim versus Fai? If she's good into Oldhim, she's actually fantastic into Oldhim. Not every build does as well as what I'm currently running. What I'm currently running is a Levia build that is trying to prey on Dromai, Icelander, Oldhim. Aggro matchups are just going to be coin flips. They always are. Because you either are Blood Rush deck or you don't see Blood Rush. Just it. It's unfortunately just literally the game when you play against aggro. But against the mid-range and control decks, you just... Right now, I'm not even playing Blood Rush. Like, it's just a card that gives damage, but it gives damage in spikes while taking away consistency, just playing pure recursion in Howl and Deep Rooted Evil. And man, do they feel really good right now. They feel amazing. Dromai, Icelander, Oldhim all have a really hard time. Once you find even your first Howl, the list feels incredibly good. The Fai matchup is actually probably the best out of all of the aggro matchups. Like, Viserai is absolute trash. It is the worst matchup in the game for Levia. I never want to see it ever. I instantly tilt if I see Viserai. It makes me want to go home. Oh, okay, he had the pulse. Well, we planned for this. It's fine. Goodbye, Sink Below. You don't fit in our turn anyway. This is unfortunately going to eat the Shuko as well. Okay. Oh. Interesting. He pitches that instead. Okay. That's alright. We're going to do this. The Fai matchup is actually one of the better aggro matchups for Levia. Mostly because... Alright, so now we actually have the question, do we want to try to sneak in the Kodachi over Sync? Because if he does go for the block on Snatch, it would be pretty inefficient for him. No, because he'll just toss Greater Fist for it, so... But he doesn't have to block the Snatch fully if we don't... If we still have the card in hand. I'm inclined to do it just because it eats his equipment. It eats his equipment or it eats his 2 cards. So I'm gonna do it. Whatever. A blue would have solved this problem for us. But if we get the Crater Fist here, if he blocks with this, blocks with the card, or even just double card, take it. Honestly, while I do love this version of Fai, I think if you're a Levia player, it's the best meta in a while to be playing her. Yeah, I mean, it's true. She's not, she's definitely not like one of the top decks still, but it's one of the best feeling metas to play her into because your auto losses are not the top decks. Your auto losses are like the tier 2 decks right now, like Viserai. It's really just Viserai. It's Viserai, sometimes Briar. Those tend to be your horrible ones, and Dorinthia is pretty freaking bad too. Actually, this build handles Dorinthia a lot better, but like normal pure blood dead aggro doesn't handle Dorinthia well. And I guess like some versions of Lexi. I still think Lexi's fine. But... Alright, so this is cool. He lets the hit through. And we get to Arsenal. Why we did that. Why we did that, folks. But yeah, so the reason Fai is a pretty safe matchup for Levia... man, this is not... Alright, so ideally we don't play the Art of War. We want to end up arsenaling the Art of War with this kind of hand. And we play through the Frostbite really well. So, we're fine with this. Not the scariest turn by him. And we knew he had this coming anyway. Oh, so actually, since we knew he had this in hand because he mispitched it, then he would have always had to Crater Fist if you wanted to... Excuse me, if you wanted to block the Snatch, because that cost 2. So it's either played out, which he wouldn't do. Alright, we're going to swing in with that first Kodachi. That first Kodachi. Freak out. What's the turn going to be? Could it be a second Kodachi? Ah, yes, but it will be a second Kodachi after a brand, good sir. After a brand. Okay, wait. Fai. The Fai Levia matchup. That's what I was saying. Okay. The reason Fai is one of the best aggro matchups for Levia is because it is a matchup with only physical damage. When you have to race a deck like Briar or Viserai, the big problem Levia has is when she's trying to race a deck, she can't block as much early game as she would normally go for in like a control or mid-range matchup and feel pretty safe doing. She needs to race these decks because these decks overpresent damage, right? So you need to close the game basically before they find too many of their good hands because they just deal more damage than you. Or sorry, not in a short game. In a long game, they just deal more damage than you. Because you don't have disruption. So they just kind of do their thing. They do their thing with their 5 cards. There's not much you can do to get around that. So Fai, on the other hand, is only physical damage. And physical damage means you get to block with cards in hand and trade pretty evenly with that kind of aggro playstyle. And then you can keep up with playing aggressively back into him because all of your health that you protected when you blocked ended up with cards in graveyard. But when you play into the Rune Blades, right, a lot of their damage can come from Arcane, and that's really inefficient for you to block. Because it means you either pitched cards, which took away a card from your graveyard, which is a pretty big deal, and it means if you really were trying to cover it, you probably pitched your blue away. And your blue for Levia is like your entire turn. Your blue is critical, playing the turn correctly. So yeah, like, you know, you just get really good value out of Husk. Husk just eats like an entire lava burst. The matchup feels okay. You handle it pretty well. And you have good equipment. Like, you've got, you know, Crown, you've got Scabs, Husk. Basically, your entire deck is 3 blocks. You got a couple non-blocks, obviously. Yeah, like, the matchup feels fine. As manageable as any aggro has ever been for Levia. Because it's not even like against Katsu, where you can't really block everything. And Katsu can spread his damage where sometimes, like, blocking exactly the Surging Strike, he can play around. Whereas with Fai, like, all you really need to care about blocking is Mass Trigger and then just whenever the damage cover up. That's all you have to worry about. I'm starting to wonder about Yellow Belittle in the UK Fai in order to give extra resources to throw at an odd Fai activation to get Shuko value. Yeah, right? Like, that's the beauty of the yellow belittle, is it's equalized with the red one in terms of damage because of Shuko. Like, it's basically like running 6 red belittle. It's pretty amazing. And in this list, I feel like you don't get much Shuko value normally anyway. So throwing in the extra playset of belittles would, yeah, it feels kind of right for this list. But I'm not here to really tinker with what this guy did. I think he did amazing, for sure. We're just trying to play through and figure out whether it's worth pivoting to this type of Fai or just keep going with what I was playing. And in all honesty, I really prefer the other Fai, the Searing Fai, over this Fai. That's... Hey, results so far say this deck is good. I mean, obviously, it won a Nationals. I won a game yesterday playing absolute, like, garbage. I have won a game today. We're probably going to win this game because we just drew double Art of War, which is pretty nice. We don't have to show him the double Art of War by chance. But still, if we play it now, it could give us more information on whether or not we really fit Kodachi's into our turn. He doesn't have Tunic, so we do like putting a lot of pressure on this turn because he doesn't get a free card with... We'll play it. Okay with this. We'll just see what happens. We also know he doesn't have the Pulse. Pulse could throw off this kind of turn. He could have a Blizzard. But not anymore. Not anymore. Look at what Belittle has done for us. That is a really good card to draw here. That is pretty fantastic. Pretty fantastic. Sure. He does Blizzard. Okay, it looks like he's not going to. If he did Blizzard right then and there, we still have the Salt to pay through as well, which is cool. Alright, this turn should end up being pretty juicy. Be a pretty juicy one. Soulbead most likely would just get hit by the Crater Fist. Oh, it's going to be 6, actually. So it can't just be Crater Fist plus card. Interesting. Resource-wise, we're definitely safe to swing with Kodachi's as well and push Salt the Wind. Go for it. I always do click competitive CC. Yes. I don't think it makes much of a difference. I feel like people just click what they click. Alright, well, so far he's let all this hit. That is very surprising to me. Salt the Wound is probably going to get pretty good value. I had to guess. If he does Blizzard, then we can still pay with the Salt and just end on the Soul Bead Strike. It's not the worst. Then the one floating can go to just resetting the Phoenix. Oh my god, he threw a Crater Fist in there. That's interesting. Okay, well, now we have the option. Since we double Art Award, I think we can go for the Brand. If the Brand hits on this, I'm actually inclined to search Double Strike. I think this list does run Double Strike. That's the wrong one. No, it does not run Double Strike. Okay, well, that's unfortunate. But Double Strike would be pretty ridiculous in a position like... Double Artibor, Shuko Trigger, Salt the Wound. That's some good stuff. Alright, we can go greedy for it, because if he does Ice React, we can just pay for the Phoenix. We could pay for the Phoenix. Really, he's trying to keep this hand. What's going on here, dude? Oh, I want to go for it so bad. I want to go for it so bad. But I don't think it's worth it. Oh. No. We're going to take the chance. He's at 6. He's at 6. Come on. We're going to risk it. We're going to risk it. We can... If he doesn't full block this, which he most likely will. Oh, dude. What is happening here? He said no blocks? Okay, he sinks. That's the first reaction. So far, so good. It hit. He let it hit. What is going on, dude? Oh, sometimes players I don't trust. I'm not going to go for the Phoenix Flame there, because just in case he ice reacts or something, which I don't think he's doing. You can at least Phoenix Flame in Arsenal for next turn. I mean, we can just go for kind of the kill. Okay, whatever. Oh, okay. All right. I was just talking about how these are probably okay games to measure up to U.S. Nationals. That was not one of them. Oh my god, that game. Oh, opponent, why? Why do you do this? I'm trying to think, you know? Trying to, like, play decent games. Sam says, yeah, Link's turn is fun. Yeah, for sure. What's up, Ethan? Been really enjoying these streams. Thanks for doing them. Yep, why not? You know, it's practice for Nationals. Might as well. The games are being played anyway. Alright, so that was the Kodachi Fai, and I will admit, I'm, like, really not clicking entirely with the deck. Mostly because I keep comparing it to the Fai that I've been playing these past 2 weeks, and it is not the same game. This is really like a Shuko Draconic deck, and I love that incremental value. This is more of like a breakpoint deck, and it's trying to punish different avenues that Fai has. Just every 0 for 4. The Kodachis to play for the EBTTs. It's different. It's going for a different value strat than the Draconic Fai. It's good. It's good, but I just think I prefer this one. I really do. Just wanted to say, completely new player to the game. Watching your streams has been very cool and interesting. Thank you, Aferi. It's a pleasure to be here and hanging out, talking with everybody. So, I do want to try some of these Levia games, for sure. Let me hit up. I have a friend. Sorry. Oh, sorry. Didn't see you responded. I am playing Levia right now. Would prefer play versus meta stuff. Alright, sorry. My friend would like to play some games. We're gonna get him. I unfortunately replied to him like an hour late. I didn't see back. But this is the Levia list that I just have so much faith in. I really, really want it to be good. I want to play this deck so badly. I feel like it's the epitome of what Levia should feel like on the table. Where you just play for recursion, man. Recursion is her unique shadow mechanic, and funny enough, like, there are routes to go for that even include Deep Rooted Evil that are pretty good right now. This is like the first meta ever where you can get away with running 9 Unworldly Bellow and go for, off of 2 blues and Unworldly, Howl, Unworldly, Deep Rooted Evil. Off of 3 cards, only spending 1 real card. That is a scary ass loop. And of course, you've got your classic double Howl, Writhing Hungering. This is like the first metagame that's slow enough to actually set up those turns, and my god, they're just so juicy. And then, of course, what I've got boarded in right now, though, is if you have to play aggro. If you have to play aggro, then just have to go for it, but... What meta are you hoping for, fearing for each deck? Well, actually, the meta as it stands now, with basically no Briar, but I think that's going to be different for the US. US loves aggro. The US wants to show up for their game, play a 5-minute match, and then go get chicken tender. That is pretty much the goal of every player, other than, like, Michael Hamilton. So that's what I fear about going to US Nationals, is everyone's going to be playing Briar, Viserai, Fai. They are going to absolutely go gung-ho for the aggro decks. And we've seen some other metagames show that that's not necessarily what's actually winning. Oldhim's doing amazing. Icelander, Dromai. The slower control decks are really doing well this format. But I don't think the US really respects that as a whole. And to be honest, a lot of like the control decks are just harder decks to play. And not everyone has as much time to commit and master decks going into Nationals. Like, not everyone has that much free time. Not everyone is that competitive of a player. So I feel like it's going to be more of an aggro field, and an aggro field is what I fear for Levia. An aggro field is what would make me not want to take this list, because this list would be more teched for the top 8s we've been seeing across the board. The Rhinars, the Dromais, the Icelanders, Oldhims. Because the more aggro matchups you have to play, the more you just coin flip. And you just pretend you see Blood Rush early game, or you don't. And I don't want to play those games. I would rather play games that look like this. Where you take out Blood Rush, you take out the Bear Fangs, you put in your recursion pieces. Where'd they go? You take out the Beast Withins. I'd rather play this, where you play for all of your recursion. You've got incredible closing power with your Dominates, your Pummel, and it's just really hard for your deck to brick. I mean, pretty much every card in your Turns Off Blood deck. The only spicy card really is This Round's on Me. And it's mostly because I do expect a lot of aggro, right? And if you want to go first in Levia, and if you go first in Levia and are able to play a This Round's on Me, it fills your graveyard by 1, and then you're going to swing with something, so your opponent is likely to block down, because why would they waste HP otherwise? And then that basically seals the game versus any aggro going first. Because they get -1, you cover all their breakpoints with just your 3 blocks now. You filled your graveyard a little bit, and you can start to just take away the game. So for that reason alone, I really value this. It's just a 3-block otherwise, but turn 0, card's pretty good. And of course, Fai. Or against Fai, like, you actively try to play it. Alright, let's see. Alright, I can play Bravo if you want. Alright, let me send a Talishar link to my buddy. We'll get in this... Get in this game. Copy link. Here we go. What's up, Wes? I'm doing all right. It's been a good night so far. Good night. It's going to be a good day tomorrow. Tomorrow, I will just grind whatever deck I decide on, but that's what tonight's for. Tonight is about deciding. And looking at the poll, it's awfully close. 56 Levia, 44% Fai. It's pretty incredible. I really would expect like 100% Levia. But, you know, we'll let it go. There's more hours to the stream. We'll see what people end up saying. This is Pietro, who has been on my channel for the skirmish win. Yep, what we want. He's been on the channel before for the skirmish win. And he is a very good Levia pilot, but I asked him to not play Levia. I'm on Levia. There can only be one. There's no FedEx update. The FedEx update is they will get back to me in 2 days. With most likely, once again, another non-update. That's been the entire loop, is I message them, I call them, and they say, we'll get back to you in 2 days. And they get back to me in 2 days and say, we'll get back to you in 2 days. So that's where we're waiting. We're just sitting and wait. Because the next 2-day window is, well, it was supposed to be today, but they, once again, extended it until tomorrow. So supposedly, tomorrow, I think we find out the final resolution to the saga. Which is most likely the luggages. Really hurts. Really, really hurts. Okay, we're against Bravo. Bravo's another matchup that's probably more relevant in a US metagame. Bravo is like very much the Fab Dad hero, and we have a lot of Kale McCreath mimics that just play Bravo. And there's nothing wrong with that. There is nothing wrong with that, but it is notable in the US that we have a lot of them. We do just have a lot of them. So I think the US in particular is going to be skewed more aggro and then more Bravo dominant than Oldhim dominant. Which is just going to be weird. It's just going to be weird. But I could also be wrong. And maybe everyone just starts playing Oldhim. But see, that's the thing. If we hedge for everyone just playing the other region's metagames, then I really should play Levia. Because I am ready to play the best of the best on this deck. I really am. This mildly hurts to lose the red Graveling, but it's not the biggest deal. Also, come on, Pietro, you play Levia. You know that you should not swing at me on turn 0, dude. You know. You know this. But it's alright. People forget. People just forget. Oh, this is pretty fantastic. We don't really mind that we missed the resource card, because we aren't doing anything with the extra resources this turn anyway. I would like to pitch these in. Looks like we discarded a Wrecker Romp and we keep the red shadow for Arsenal. This game is already in the bag, folks. We love where this is going. This is... okay. Oh, God, I just love when the recursion stuff pans out. It's so fun. Spicy Howl. Oh, yeah, buddy. I'm going to take a blood debt for it. It's the cost I pay to set up an amazing card on turn 1. I feel like it all depends on your first couple rounds. I bet the top tables will be control and good for Levia, but if you get some bad early aggro, you could end up just playing aggro decks. Yeah, and it is weird, right? Because we're leading with draft. We are going to start with the draft portion. So I would expect the better players to not necessarily be the aggro players. I mean, that's not really fair to say. It's not, that can't really be a correct statement, but that's just my feeling. That the better players are not going to be on aggro for this event. And so the people that are more likely to end up with a winning record out of those first draft rounds are going to be more of the control players. And not to toot my own horn or anything, but I am top 100 ranked limited, or top 100 ranked for limited ELO. I'm rank 85. Which is a little unfortunate because I was close to top 50 and then I slept in for the Battle Hardened and Leal. And I feel like if I didn't sleep in, if I hadn't have slept in, I probably would be top 100 right now. So I'm a little hurt by that, not gonna lie. Just a little hurt. So this is not dominated. I don't like losing the Hungering here. But it is alright to block this way because he can't pummel. And then we can go ahead, cycle out the Howl, swing Shadow. That sounds fine. And the reason to play it that way, even though it's pretty inefficient, is because we're ideally searching a second Howl this turn if this hits, and taking double Blood Debt is gonna feel a little rough. I guess the other argument would be, if we don't pitch the Hungering, it's more likely to actually hit, and then we can Hungering into double Howl next turn. It's pretty good. In fact, that's good enough that I'm gonna take the risk and actually not Howl first here. We're gonna leak a little damage, but we discard Endless Maw. Fantastic. Well, we really love how this game is setting up. This is amazing. You could have taken Hamilton down. I played against Michael Hamilton in Leal in a bunch of our practice drafts. And the game we played, I did lose. And it wasn't particularly close. He was on Dromai, I was on Icelander. And it was a very bad time. But we did play at the Ohio 10K. And I did win when we played, and he was on Icelander and I was on Dromai. So we're 1-1, right? 1-1. But my biggest win in all the test games was I did beat Hayden Dale, and he didn't want to play the best 2 out of 3 with me. We were doing a practice draft, and he played Icelander and I was on Fai. And we played our first game, and I wasn't sure if I wanted to go first or second. And he told me I should go ahead and choose second, which, I mean, to be fair, is like probably correct. I mean, it just is correct. He told me to go second. I was like, oh my god, this hand is amazing. This hand is insane. This hand is insane. And he told me to go second, and I just had like the worst going second hand possible, and just kind of punted the game. So I was like, okay, Hayden, let's replay, and I'll just go first. I think my deck is actually built to go first, more than anything. Wow, we actually don't even hate Crown of Providence here, because we have the replacement card that we can play. Like the replacement 2 cost that we can play. We're gonna get rid of the Hungry. And then if he does pummel it, we don't care. We'll just lose. If he does pummel it, okay, he doesn't pummel it. He didn't pummel it. So we'll just go for the Arsenal Red Dread Screamer. That is fine with me. Alright, so check this out. This is the beauty of the deck. In fact, Blue Dread Screamer is low value enough that I would rather just play for the double Howl. This is pretty funny. So now we're going to come in for 12, and we can pummel it. We can pummel it. There's not like a real hit effect on the Hungering, but this is just like nuts value. Ideally, what you do with that kind of hand is you play 1 Howl, you Hungering, and then the other 2 floating goes to pummel. But with the way the hand worked there, we had too many blues, and the Blue Dread is not... It's an okay Arsenal card, it's not good enough. So I'd rather just play it out this way. We're also not at high enough blood debt that we really need to care about having a way to turn off blood debt in our arsenal yet. We definitely need to worry about that soon. but not right now. Yeah, so then we played a second game, Hayden and I was like, look, my deck's built to go first. Let's just see what would have happened if I went first. And I went first, and I did win. And I was like, all right, Hayden, let's make it a best of 3. And he's like, no, I'm fine. So we didn't finish our best of 3. We also ended at 1-1. Fortunate. We'd love to play that. So he most likely, I mean, like a staunch or something, sure. You got it. If you got it, you got it. All right, it's always surprising to me because Pietro... All right, wait, I can't see the total block value. Oh, Jesus. 16 to 9. Okay, yeah, he, like... It would be very hard for him to fully block that. Be very hard. 16! That's bigger than a heave to pulverize, wouldn't you say? Okay, well, this hand isn't great. It's not great. We would love one more resource card, because even on this kind of hand, we could turn it into a Screamer Club. So you can notice with this build, I've got Romping Club. Nick, Yo Man Sant, I was wondering if I could get your opinion on having more than one hero to play. I have Icelander, but want Bravo too. Should I stick with one hero or have both to alternate off of? Well, I'm kind of the wrong person to ask about swapping between heroes. Because, as you probably know, I have been a Levia diehard for most of my fab life now. But at the same time, having backups prepares you for different metagames rapidly. We hate blocking with this, but there's nothing else. It is unfortunate. It is very unfortunate. Red Dread Screamer, juicy card. It's okay. We'll set the other one in Arsenal. Having a backup hero prepares you better for the next metagame, or like the next Living Legend, or the next little ban list, or the next set that comes out. Because if you're trying to play, even if you're just trying to play for fun and not be the most competitive, some metas are just not fun for your favorite hero. Now, I don't want this to happen again, but the Starvo meta, for example, was the most miserable time possible to play Levia. It was so unfun that the first RTN I went to in that metagame, I truly thought about quitting the game. Because Levia was so unplayable into Chain and Starvo, the 2 top decks, that, yeah, I just had like the worst time ever in that meta. And it wasn't until I had to evolve the deck a bit and realized, okay, Levia is playable, but you just have to tweak it. It's got to be Hybrid Levia. It's got to be Club Levia. It can't be the Levia I love. So when you play a Levia, or when you play a hero that is flexible, that can help, because you can waffle between different strategies within the same hero. But if you're not on heroes that can do that, then yeah, playing multiple heroes is a great thing. Like you're saying, you have Icelander, and you've got Bravo. Both those heroes tend to stick with one playstyle. Icelander is control. Bravo can be more aggressively oriented, which is kind of the better way to play Bravo. You can play like Fatigue Bravo. Don't think I'd do it. Alright, so sorry. Game at hand. Game at hand looks pretty good if I hit a Howl on this Dread Screamer. I kind of don't want to block, because I'd be able to Dread Screamer, pitch, Howl, into Writhing Beast Hulk. That looks pretty good. Arsenal Unworldly. That looks pretty good. The E-Strike is not a hit effect, so we wouldn't block it here anyway, unless our hand was like an Endless Moth. We do need to be conscious of getting too low too quickly, because we want more value out of our... We do want more value out of our cards like Howl. And if the game goes really short, then we don't get that value. So even now, this is like kind of a weird spot, because if we Husk on this just to throw our large hand, it really leaves us open to his crippling. We've only seen one Spinal in terms of like big threats. This is not great to use the Husk here. If we block down with 2 cards, it would just be, you know, like the blue, the red. Then our turn is just Dread Screamer into Club, really. Which is pretty bad. Just a 10 damage play compared to a 15 damage play with Arsenal. Yeah, the damage really lines up better. We're using an equipment piece, but we're pulling off a 15 damage 4-card hand with Arsenal reset, so it is worth it. Yep. What we wanted, we hit the 1 Howl, it was likely. We hit the 1 Howl, we replay it here off the blue into Writhing for 9, Arsenal Bellow. And our Arsenal is probably pretty safe here because we've seen double C and C now. Are these new glasses? They are not new glasses because I wasn't able to schedule a eye appointment for this week because the week is a little short for me. I'm leaving Thursday morning for Nationals. So the only eyeglasses place that's nearby only had an availability on Thursday. So unfortunately, I need to postpone until next week. But thanks to you all, I will get new glasses. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. These glasses... we can do like a Facebook deep dive if y'all are down for it, but I used to have a very different style. But Sandra now, the lovely woman Sant, is a big fan of my curly hair, so I've been growing it out, and these glasses no longer work with curly hair. They aren't quite it. Alright, well unfortunately we're floating double howl in the graveyard. We don't love that. We would have loved to hit one there. But Unworldly will help us. It will clear the graveyard. Unworldly is so big in these version game plans because you want to just fully flush that graveyard. Just get it out. Flush the graveyard out. Get your howls where you need to be. Set up the loops. Card is insane. Card is insane. New glasses? He can now see himself winning nats. But they're not new glasses, so I can't. Oh, what's up, Fluke? Good to see you, by the way, John. Good to see you. Alright, so we kind of screwed ourselves. We got super greedy using Carrion Husk, and this is most likely a pummel crippling turn. But maybe we're fine with it. Okay, wow. If this is a crippling hand, not a pummel crippling hand, but if it's a crippling hand, we actually can pull through this quite well. All it has to do is hit one of the blues, one of the reds. It can't hit both reds, both blues. But man, hit one red, one blue, this hand is totally playable through crippling. That's pretty fantastic. You don't need new glasses. You've already seen the light of playing Levia. Okay, so unfortunately this is pummel crippling. And pummel crippling, there's nothing we can do. There is nothing we can do about the pummel crippling. So, since it is pummeled crippling, we might as well just save HP and then just play for Unworldly Club. At least we're turning off Blood Debt. So, sure. Save the HP. We wanted to be a little bit smart about it. We would force him to have pummel. Oh wait, oh no, what am I saying? What am I saying? Blocks don't work that way, because I can't block the crush and the pummel. So, yeah, actually, I have to just take all this. I have to just take all of it. And this is how you lose against Bravo, folks. We got greedy, hoping for that 15 damage hand to do enough, which would put him to 9. It did do that. Alright. I mean, at least we turn off Blood Debt. It's a lot of damage, but at least we turn off Blood Debt. Okay. He actually didn't pummel. Okay, he actually didn't pummel. So he's trying to save the disruption for the next turn. We love that. Our hand is quite okay. Still swing back. This is bad, though. We left 3 misses in the graveyard. That's very bad. Would have not preferred to do that. Alright, so if he has like another crippling turn back-to-back, obviously that's awful. We're at 10. Oh, he's gonna go to 1. Oh no, he has unmovable. Okay. Sure. Alright, so he takes 1. He takes 1. Oh, well that's fine. His hand can't be that good. This hand's kind of funny. Wow, I'm very inclined to just take anything he throws at me. Oh god, never mind. Not if it's this. Not if it's this. This is so mighty annoying. I hate Terra Sunder. I hate Terra Sunder. They just gave that hero such an insanely good blue that blocks 3, that affects his weapon for no reason. Yeah, this really sucks. This really, really sucks. Best we'll be able to do is turn off Blood Debt and Swing Club. Not great. Not great at all. Not great at all. Holy moly. Just because we might only get one more turn to play the game, I want the Scab's Battle Worn value. This is horrible. And we have to fill the graveyard with another miss as well. So if we just miss the Blood Debt here, I mean, the game's just over. Which is how Levia plays. Okay. We did turn off Blood Debt. We hit the swing big. But Unworldly, unlike Tear Asunder, doesn't affect my weapon. Not affect my weapon. So it's just a 4. Doesn't affect Hex score either. Tell me why. Tell me why we couldn't have nice things. Have Unworldly Bellow affect weapon. I guess probably because you could just end up playing a deck that doesn't actually run Blood Debt. It just uses this to buff weapon. And that would be a pretty good cost curve. That'd be kind of gross. Just 1 blue plus Unworldly. Man. It's all falling apart. If we had a blue, this would be great. We don't. This comes in for 8. We would have to fill with another miss. Guess we don't. I mean, if we really wanted to play super safe, we can do this. We can go to 1, and then we Unworldly Boneyard for 9. That sounds like it doesn't win me the game. Oh, and actually, no, this wouldn't work because Unworldly is going to get affected here. Alright, well, that doesn't work. So once again, we have to just play into the Blood Debt gods. Seems right. Just block like this. 1 blue would have saved this hand. 1 blue. Not how we draw. Alright, and do we just die to Blood Debt here anyway? Let's find out. Nope. Alright, graveyard's looking fine. Yeah, that was, I mean, this game really came down to greedy husk value. It was good. It turned a 10 damage, no arsenal turn into a re-arsenal 15 damage turn by using husk. But that doesn't win us the game. That just does not win us the game. What wins us the game is surviving crippling. So, good reminder there. Good reminder. Because we did just kind of throw this game. And we probably won't even get a cheeky win off because our Reckless Swing is at the bottom of the deck. Our Reckless Swing we pitched like 3 turns ago. Okay. Okay, this could actually do it. If there's any kind of hand that could buy us back into the game, it's the ability to stick Blasmophet. So we like this. We actually like this a lot. Because we can just swing, Vanish Deep Rooted. That's insane value. Thank you a lot for these streams. Started a couple months ago and started experimenting with Fai. Your recent videos give me a ton of insight, especially the ones against Oldhim. Thank you, man. I'm glad someone enjoyed those Fai games. At first, I really thought I was going to lose every subscriber I have, because Fai is definitely not Levia. And not only is he not Levia, he's kind of the kind of deck that I've trained people to hate, because he is just no block aggro, which is my least favorite way to play the game. But I have to admit, the recursion element of Fai kind of saved him for me. I do just enjoy the fact that he has replayable cards. It's a very Levia thing that he... Because of that, I think it's allowed. I think it's allowed to enjoy Fai. Literally just paused yesterday's vid to watch the live stream and subscribe. Thank you so much. Alright, well, our graveyard is in a horrible position. 1, 2, 3, 4 misses. But we stuck Blasmophet, and that demands an answer. So if he spends his turn killing Blasmophet, we have a shot to just throw this with Pummel. Pretty good. Let's see, does he go at me or Blasmophet, though? feel like... Oh man, with this kind of hand? Okay, he threw that at me. Wait, actually, do I still lose? I can block 5, 6? Oh my god. But I actually just lose, though. That's pretty funny. Because this is a non-block and this is a 2-block. Well, that's unfortunate. Oh, man. That's a really lame way to lose. But, yeah, I do. Interesting. Yep. That's just, game over. Okay. Can't turn off Blood Debt and survive, right? Right, what is this? This is only 6, so I die to exact damage. Huh. Alright, well played, Pietro. You caught me on one of those Levia hands. That is just one card off from actually keeping me in the game. Which is very much the issue with Levia. Very much the issue. To be fair, if this was a card that blocked, that's a big deal. But Ibophidia is good in a lot of other cases. Sure. So we'll just, we'll pretend that we get one more turn in. We'll pretend. We'll swing Blasmophet and make him scared as if I'm gonna banish this card. Oh, Sandra dropping the man salt comment. Thank you, thank you. It's deserved. If I complain about Levia... If I complain about Levia, then yes, sure. Drop those man salts. Alright. Watch what happens, folks. You ever seen a deck deal 16 damage to itself? You ever seen this before? It's really fun. Watch. I'm gonna hit pass, and then I lose. Whoa. Crazy stuff, right? Crazy stuff. Wonderful. Yeah, that is the issue with Levia, is one stumble. One stumble is just irrecoverable. And she's short enough. She's short like one playset of cards to really make the deck as consistent as it needs to be. Because I just can't. There's the only non Blood Debt 6 I'm running, or the only Blood Debt 6 I'm not running is yellow Graveling, because they just don't fit this build. The Go Again has a lot of other targets it can hit. Like, I've still got the red Gravelings in here. I've got the Deeper Dudes. And then Mark of the Beast, because Mark of the Beast should be an optional effect. Levia needed that card to say, you may choose to banish this card once the combat chain is closed. Because the fact that it's forced is really bad. It is really rough to just be forced to banish that card when you have it in hand on like turn 1. So yeah, that is rough. Or we'll go first here. That card is so close to being okay. Not even great, but just okay. Yep. Just one more time. All right. Let's get some of these cards out of here, shall we? 4. 5 feels so much like Dredge to me. I don't play Magic, but I think that is a Magic. Yeah, honestly, if you want consistency, play Fai. That is like exactly why I've been leaning towards Fai. Because he's got recursion, so check mark. Check mark there. It's fun. It's cool to have that mechanic. And then he's also just beyond consistent and can't kill himself. And any hero that can't kill themselves is already a huge plus on this hero. But is he as fun? Well, the answer is just definitely no. Nothing will be as fun as this girl. But even so, last game was definitely a choice we made with Husk that was... I mean, I guess he didn't have the pummel on that crippling turn, but the way he played it, it looked like he had the pummel. If he had had the pummel, then using Husk on CNC would have been... I mean, it would have been fine, because he just would have had pummel crippling anyway, and there's nothing we can do about that. But, it looked... I guess in the end, he didn't have pummel crippling. Because he didn't, then our Husk use was really bad. But him not swinging into us is okay with me. Because now we actually get pretty early Deep-rooted value. Look at this. Whoa. This guy's deck is crazy. We are short one card in graveyard to like really make it that cool of a play. Fortunate. It would have been close. I mean, we almost got the ability to loop Deep-rooted twice. That'd be kind of sick. We could actually do it if we break Gamblers right now, because you don't really get many opportunities. Bravo. Be kind of funny. We would have to scab skins and just break Gamblers. Then we would have the option right now to loop Deep-rooted. Man, how bad is that? That sounds pretty bad, but it sounds pretty spicy. Yeah, so Dredge kind of feels like the same thing with filling Graveyard and having the unfortunate side effect of losing to itself a good bit. Man, that is quite this hero, isn't it? No, we're not going to roll scabs. It's fun, but it's not good enough. So our turn just becomes Deep-rooted Club. It's fine. It's a 10 damage hand. It is, in fact, a 10 damage hand. And we would prefer to set up the Unworldly in Arsenal, actually. So we're going to pitch this. Pitch this, swing the Eye, Club, Arsenal, Unworldly, block with Yellow Hunt. Sounds about right. Quit for the Spice. I think we already messed up that line because it wouldn't... Yeah, I wouldn't have pitched the Boneyard. Try that. Marios is saying, whenever you... Would an aura that reads, whenever you lose life to Blood Debt, choose one. For each 2 HP, create a Quicken token. For each 3 HP, draw a card. Or something like that. No, I don't think that would quite do it for our girl. We're just looking for recursion pieces. Put this at the bottom. I think there are 2 things that are really critical in making Levia kind of advance to that next step of competitive. And it's not so much like just giving her ways to use Blood Debt as an upside. Because I think most games, if you just play very tight, Blood Debt is really not that scary. Because you took that slow early game, you set up your recursion, and you're just in this kind of loop where disruption will hurt you. Yes, you do have to have just a negative side effect of Blood Debt, which is disruption just hurts you. That's how it is. But Blood Debt only really ends up being an issue if the disruption lines up on a turn where you probably played greedy. Or I guess you brick. If you brick, you brick. But what would really make Levia more consistent just across the board and make her make more sense is she needs 2 cards. 1 card that is a 1-cost non-attack action that is playable from her Banish Zone. Something like Howl, but I don't even think it needs to give like a just pure damage effect. It could give some kind of utility effect. That would be kind of cool. I've floated with some ideas on Twitter about it, but just a 1-cost non-attack that is playable from the Banish Zone, so that every time you have these hands of Hungering Slaughterbeast, whenever you have Writhing Beasthulk, whenever you have Mark the Beast, and blue, because she is a blue-centric deck, you do just have to run a lot of blues. When you have that, this is interesting. Is he going to pummel it? It definitely looks like he's going to pummel it. So I will play as if he does pummel it. I still want to return club, so if he pummels, I'll just discard this. He doesn't pummel, which I guess he just didn't pummel. He didn't pummel, so that feels a little bad for sure. It's alright. We don't have Blood Debt yet, so we can actually take our time. So yes, a 1-cost that would really make those 2-cost attacks that come off of blue pitch just more fluid. That would really sing for the hero. That would be amazing for the cost curve that she just has to play for anyway, and would really make those smaller hands just do something a little bit more impactful than float a resource. Because when you float a resource, like, it feels bad. It feels like your deck wasn't optimal. Then the next thing would be she needs something that synergizes with a weapon. Because as of now, there's not actually a weapon that turns off Blood Debt. That would be amazing. I mean, I think that's a little bit too good if that came out. It would most definitely be too good, but it would be cool. I would very much appreciate it if they gave us that. So we can just do this and return club. Using Soul Harvest is whatever. Just return club. This is why this build has club, is because it does take a slow early game to just find recursion. So just having like a good breakpoint weapon is good. But anyway, the comment about like a synergy piece for a weapon is more so because, you know, Hexcore is this really cool thematic weapon for Levia, but you don't actually have a card that directly interacts with it. Nothing can give it a buff. Like, none of Levia's Shadow Brute cards can give it a buff. There are some generic Brute cards that give buffs. Like, we've seen Rolling Thunder, we've seen Primeval Bellow. Those do give buffs to weapons, so it's within the class's space to give weapons buffs. But there isn't a card that turns off Blood Debt and gives it a buff. Like Unworldly Bellow, if they came out with an Unworldly Bellow that was just -1 stat, same cost, just 1, but actually could give the buff to a weapon, holy moly. That would be amazing for Levia. So it would just be a red gives +3, yellow +2, blue +1, turns off Blood Debt, lets you swing weapon. That would be insanely good. I would love that. I would absolutely love that. Ooh. Double red Unworldly. That could be pretty juicy. I'm inclined to just say no blocks. Go for double Unworldly into Deep-Rooted, set Endless in Arsenal. Of course, that falls apart if I just don't hit the Deep-Rooted. That would suck. That would be really bad, in fact. I'm willing to take the risk. Willing to take the risk. Alright, let's try it. Let's try it. Oh, we hit the Deep-Rooted already. We love it. We love it. Wait, what just happened? Oh, shoot, we played the blue Unworldly. Hold on, hold on. What the hell? Yeah, wait, how did that happen? That's not what we wanted to do. I don't even know how that happened, game. It just disappeared. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Coming in for 14, Deep-Rooted Evil. We're going to Arsenal Endless Maw. That feels pretty fantastic. The one issue with this is our graveyard is at 3 misses, but we don't really mind because our... Yeah, so one synergy piece for her weapon would just feel so insanely good. It would make Hexagore playable. It would give even these kind of mid-rangey plans like I'm trying to pull off here more oomph, because Romping Club could still work for that. Meat Axe could still work for that. The cost curve of the brute weapons costing 2 would feel pretty good if there was just a 1+ buff, right? Feel pretty good. This hand's not great. We're missing a blue. Speaking of missing a blue. And then, of course, Brute as a class in general would love an extra blue. It would just be insanely good. An extra blue 6 for Brute. Just stellar. Just stellar. Alright, so he's most likely going to pummel the Crippling. Most likely pummeling the Crippling. And unfortunately, I think we just have to be okay with that. The hand's just going to disappear. We're just not going to swing with club. If we block with Scabs, we force him to pummel it. Whereas if we block with one of these, he could probably just pass the turn. I guess if we block with this, we do still force the pummel, because we could return club with just the 1-card hand. So we'll force the pummel here. And we only take 2 blood debt, so we really don't mind. Okay, that is fine. We took 2 blood debt, and we've already seen 2 cripplings gone. This is how the Bravo games can go your way. Is if this sequence of draws happens on their end. You like this. Like this. What about that card, Fangs a Lot? That card, Fangs a Lot, was a wonderful meme. Shout out to whoever created it. Yes, that card would be... It actually wouldn't be amazing for Levia. It would be quite good, but you wouldn't really want to run 3 of it. I think you'd probably want to run 1 or 2. Most likely end up at 2. But the issue with the way that card was worded, which, let me just pull it up here. I'm sure it comes up. Fangs a Lot. This was a fan-created card that people spoiled when Uprising was coming out, that people really thought was a real card. And they did a great job making this believable. Check this out. So Fangs a Lot, right? It's not a real card, first of all. Not a real card. Not even concept art of a real card or anything. It says, if Fangs a Lot is put into your Banished Zone from your graveyard, instead put it into your hand. The thing about that card for Levia is that it's a replacement effect with the way it's worded. So it wouldn't actually count to turn off Blood Debt with the way it's worded. So it itself wouldn't turn off Blood Debt, but you would at least get to loop that card and be able to like Dread Screamer, banishes, all of a sudden you get a blue to hand, pitch the blue back into deck for like Howl into your next attack. It would still have its uses that are pretty good, but it actually wouldn't count for Blood Debt. So I don't really think that card is like what she needs. What does this do? First attack -2. I don't think we really hate that because we do want to clean up the graveyard after that crippling turn. Our graveyard looks pretty awful right now. So we would ideally like to Art of War +1 for great hungering into Endless Maw off this hand. So we'll take the -2. I think we will. The other option is we could just chuck these in there to not get the -2, but it can't be worth it. Can't be worth it. We'll just take the -2. Fine. Chimera says, still curious about your weapon choice for Fai. How Kodachi Oversword worked out. You can tell it's fake because it's a blue 6 with block 3. Yeah, that's just not possible. It's just not how LSS designs cards. It's just not in their wheelhouse. Go again. So what we're trying to do here is just clear out the graveyard. We're still going to come in for 6 because we got the +1 of Art of War, so that feels pretty good. Then we're going to close the chain to increase our odds of hitting a 6, and then play out the Endless Maw. And ideally, the Endless Maw will then come in for 10. Pretty darn good. We're just looking for it to hit the Deep-Rooted, the Writhing, or the Hungering, and then hopefully 2 of the misses. This turn will work out. Okay, sorry, Chimera, I didn't answer your question. But, let's see, how Kodachi Oversword worked out. I am actually preferring Emberblade, funny enough. I was preferring Kodachi's. Kodachi's felt really amazing. But I feel like... Oh, oops, no, not yet. Close chain. But I feel like Kodachi Fai is now the Fai that people expect more, because it's been the more... Oh, look. Oh, what happened? We hit a miss. It was the red Unworldly, or one of the Unworldly, the Pummel, and the Writhing. We did exactly what we wanted to. Thank you, deck. You actually are working. Yeah, so I'm actually preferring the Searing Fai, because I think, as of now, the Kodachi Fai is the Fai that has better results, so people are just going to expect and also respect that version of the deck. I'm still of the mind that hybridizing the deck even a little bit is quite good, because it does just vastly improve your Dromai matchup to just be able to play Kodachi's. Oh my god, like it's just nuts. So this hand is kind of a full keep, which is a little unfortunate because we don't want to lose Husk yet. It's going to put us right at 14. Basically, we're forced to use Husk next turn. Don't super mind. You couldn't pummel that, so we're still in control of our Husk. We are going to go again, banish this Wrecker. That is more unfortunate. That does lead me to want to just Graveling Romping Club and then Arsenal the Dread Screamer. Really hoping for a blue draw there. Nice. Nice. It's just not going to be how the turn works out. It's just going to be a Graveling Club turn. Arsenal Dread. Alright. What all is swapped in Kodachi Fai outside the weapons? We can jump back to that version of the list after maybe like one more game. But it looks like this. The way I have the sideboard set up is actually like pretty fluid. I think the sideboard is a little bit harder to understand with this deck. It's got a lot of weird counts. But when you play a deck a lot, getting to the weird counts is when I feel like you've done something with the deck, because you've put your own spin on it and know exactly why every count is the way it is. But the difference between swapping to Kodachi's and Searing with this version is really just Dromai. Against Dromai, you just take away all their agency to turn off your mass draw, because you get to just start with Kodachi, hit Dragon. Whereas with Searing, they do basically have to let something hit, and then you can turn on the dragons. Because it's unlikely that you'll get 3 hits with real cards onto dragons, right? Like, that's wasting a lot of valuable cards on. Not what you want to do. With the Kodachis, you get the mass draw pretty much every turn by only spending one real card, and then you're redrawing that card off mass. So it's just so good. It's so amazing. Loving the deck name New Chain. Yeah. New Chain because this deck, when you find your Art of War, holy moly, it's good. And Phoenix Flame in a way is like playing it's like playing out of your Banish Zone. Kind of. Alright, so funny enough, look, we were at 5 blood debt right there, right? If we had Hexagore, we actually just would not be able to swing Hexagore there because it put us at 13 and then our Husk would pop. How ridiculous is that? Like, just the anti-synergy in Levi's own deck to run Hexagore. It's so crazy. That is so crazy. Alright, well, I mean, we're using Husk anyway. The sad part is, though, is we actually kind of wanted to block with Howl. I'm not going to do it because we do have 3 misses right now, and I don't want to go to 4 because our turn definitely is contingent on Dread, Screamer, Howl, Shadow. That's what our cost curve looks to be. So if we just like discard the Howl in hand off Shadow, I'd like that very much, deck, if that's what you did. And then we just Arsenal like a real card. That would feel pretty great. Okay, so we just pretended that we hit, and we did. If we didn't hit there, I mean, there's just nothing we can do about it, which is also the problem with Levia, is as soon as you have exactly 3 misses in your card, what can you do? What can you do if you miss? You can't do much, and something that happened at the Pro Tour that made me tilt out of my mind is a card like Dread Screamer, right? It only gains Go Again if you banish a 6. So if you miss that banish trigger, alright, I'm just gonna preemptively drop this because it's bad. This is bad. If you miss your banish trigger on Dread Screamer, not only are you taking blood debt that turn, right? Not only are you taking blood debt that turn already, which is horrible, which is just the worst, but then you are also not going to get a chance to try to fix it because you don't have Go Again. Because Go Again is all of a sudden gone. So we remove the next Shadow Blasmophet. And with Go Again just being gone, like, you just get screwed. Like, you just can't do anything if your Dread Screamer misses. You just lose your ability to play the game. And this kind of design is very frustrating because you see that on Endless Maw and Dread Screamer that they gain a benefit from hitting a 6. But I really think they should just have their stats printed as is because missing blood debt is bad enough. Missing blood debt is already like game losing. So I don't know why they had to put so much emphasis on hitting 6s in Graveyard when there literally aren't even like enough 6s in the game to build like a truly consistent deck because your blue base just can't be all 6s. It's not how it works. Yeah, it's just not. Alright, I mean, this hand can play without Arsenal to really spend everything. I don't hate Howl just kind of chilling here because it at least gives me something to do with. Yeah, so we can go for this, and if I hit the Howl... I didn't hit the Howl. I didn't hit the Howl. I could roll Scabs to swing Club, though. Seems okay. If I play out the Howl now, then, you know, we Writhing, but then we don't get any crown value. I'm more keen to save this Howl for crown. I think we are going to try to roll Scabs here. We only rolled a 2. So. Only rolled a 2. So in that case, I'm more inclined to play the yellow Hungering than the red Writhing. Because I don't really want him to only... I don't really want to force his hand into playing a real attack turn. I'd rather him try to fatigue us a bit more and just block. So I don't want to play the Dominate here. I don't really want this damage to land just yet. Because if he has a hand he wants to play aggro into us anyway, then he's just going to eat this damage regardless. But I want to give him the choice. I want to give him the choice rather than forcing his hand to be aggressive. And our graveyard now is looking pretty alright. It's not great because we probably are going to have to crown next turn. And crowning next turn is going to lose us a perfect graveyard because it's going to put us at 3. Whatever. 2. This hand's pretty good. Sand is probably in a spot where we just play for the Dread Screamer Writhing. Spinals. Okay, Spinal will demand some interaction. And in demanding interaction, we are a little hurt by the fact that we don't have more 6s to block with. Now we do have Deep-Rooted Evil set up. Deep-Rooted Evil set up means that as long as we play like this, we play these out. It's going to cost 2. Float 1. It's like really awkward. It still means we need to fully respect the Spinal Crush. Yeah, it's a little gross. A little gross. So, our damage does change by cycling this Howl for something else. Because it could potentially give us a way to actually cast the Howl. Problem is our turn just like ends, right? Our turn just ends if we hit the 3. There's nothing we can do about it. We're adding one more hit, but we're also adding a miss in Crown. That is mighty annoying. See how it is. Alright, so once again, actually Dread Screamer is the better play than the Convulsions off this. Because it's 3 more damage than the blue Convulsions. But what do we do if we miss? What do we do if we miss? We lose. We literally lose. So we can play like really inefficient just to play around losing. Where we play the Convulsions. We play the Convulsions and then the Dread Screamer. The problem with going that route is if the Convulsions misses, or no, sorry, if the Convulsions hits our 2 hits, and then we play Dread Screamer, it doesn't have Go Again either. So this is not, these are not great options. They're not great options. Do I believe though? Do I believe a little bit? I think you have to believe a little bit. I think we have to just believe the slightest bit. The other thing we could do is just roll Scabs. That does buy us a little bit more room. That can't be right either. That Howl, yeah. Sorry, thinking. Could lose here, lol. We do the Convulsions and we do just hit the hits now, then at least we can just play out the Deep-Rooted Arsenal Dread Screamer. So that is better. That is better, but it's not fun. Alright, we are going to play safe though. And we hit 2 of the hits. 2 of the hits. Interesting. 2 of the hits. Well, I think that puts us in a safe enough spot. Throw this. It's not great damage, but we can Arsenal the Dread Screamer, and we kind of get stuck in the same position for next turn where we are just still at 3 misses though. I just hate that. 3 misses is so bad. Pulverize. Oh my god. Whoa, dude. Alright, well the funny thing here is if we block with these, we can still come in. Dread Screamer will come in for 0. Then Boneyard comes in for 6. That's assuming it all hits. I mean, it's all we got though. All we can really do to present the most damage next turn. We take 8 here. That's incredible. Pulverize is a card, man. Pulverize be a real card. And once again, if this just misses, what do we do? Alright, it didn't. It hit one of the misses. So we're still going to be in the same spot where this is the 3rd miss next turn. Oh my god. Oh my god. But we can try one more time to reset it. We're going to close the chain, play Boneyard, and then we clear the misses. Alright. Whew! We are alive. We are alive, but we are not well. He does have to block with 2 real cards. 2 real cards, please. Okay, yep, because even just the sink alone would not protect him. So 2 rule cards have to go. We're all right with that. Ooh, and we drew Doomsday. Doomsday is an amazing card to find in this spot. Wow, that is fantastic. His 2-card hand is at most going to deal 7. And we get to just block, swing Doomsday, and then he swings at Blasmophet, and then we probably just win. We don't hate this. Oh. Wow, okay, from what we saw, he had 2 reds at least. He had the Crippling and the Sink. And then he just pitched a red pummel, so he might have just been on a quad red hand. That's pretty fantastic for us. Well, in this kind of position, we definitely lose to a 1 into a 1. That's just like always that's the name of the game. But we also pretty much instantly win if we hit double action points, because sticking a Doomsday off the back of being able to swing, off the back of arsenaling another way to turn off Blood Debt is just going to be insane. So, I think we just go for it. I mean, we can play safer. How much go again do we have left? We have 1 red Dread Screamer, 2 blue Dread Screamer as like our other ways to get go again. We could just Howl, Hungering for 10, Arsenal Doomsday. It's definitely the safer play, you know? Coming in for 10 means he has to block with 3 cards. Well, I mean, we play for fun. Play for fun. We rolled a 1 into a 2. Alright, well, there went that plan. There went that plan. So, this is fine. We at least, like, you know, can do this. We weren't going to be at 3 misses even if we had to break Gambler's Gloves there, so whatever. It's whatever. Yo, Nervash. What's up, dude? So good to see you. Oh, is that because... Did the alert work in the Discord? I forgot to check. Let's see. The alert work in the Discord. Announcements. It did. Thank you, Pink Board Bot. Sweet. Alright, he goes to 1. I don't want to show him this freaking Doomsday. Hell no. Alright, and we did find... Okay, we naturally found... We did find our Go Again piece. So we are alright with that. Alright, about all we do. We go to 1 as well, but then we lock him out first. Okay. Go to 1. Alright, we play that first because we actually want to hit it here. Then we come in with Dread Screamer for 4 with Go Again into 6, and that sticky 6 is going to eventually win us the game, even if it doesn't right now. Yeah. Blasmophet is a pretty good card. Alright, I mean, we kind of lock him here. We do still have, like, the 1 more red Dread Screamer, and once we find it, like, we guaranteed win off that alone. Going tall with the Unworldly also will probably do it. I mean, we have... What does Graveyard look like? We do have double miss. So we can just go Unworldly Writhing and probably just win, right? No, what'll our Graveyard be? We'll banish 3, we only add 1. And so we actually can't do that. Be short 1 card. So instead, we could just kind of go tall and Arsenal the Writhing. You just go for the Graveling for 10, Arsenal Writhing, and probably kill him next turn that way. That's fine. Graveling is 1 more damage compared to pitching for Deep-Rooted. Pitching for Deep-Rooted and Graveling both fill the graveyard the exact same way, so we will swing the Graveling plus 1 damage. He's running Unmovable, which is why I don't want to just play like a naked Writhing. If I just play the Writhing for 6, like he's running Unmovable, so there's a chance that it just doesn't win the game. I'd rather give it just enough of a buff, just enough to make sure it closes. This should take his whole hand. Or at least show us another Unmovable, and then maybe we're clear to kill him with... Who knows? Staunch as well. Yep. At least we're in a good spot where he's going to be forced to full block every turn because we can always make our numbers really big with Howl. And worst case, Blasmo will always turn off Blood Debt if our hand doesn't otherwise do so. We're just waiting for like one more go again turn. One more go again turn. Arsenal. And there it is. So we win. We should win. Because we get to just do this. Then we do this. Then we swing Blasmophet for 6. So it should be GG's. We did it! We played! We played to our outs. We did everything right this game. We didn't play greedy, like an animal. Yep. Nothing he can do about this Blasmo slapping him for 6. Good luck blocking 6 with 1 card. Got him. Alright, I mean, it's still a tough game. That was still not easy. That was still not easy. GG's. Alright. Can you play an aggro deck? One more game. You can. Okay, we're gonna play... I want to show off like the hybrid version of this, where we can swap into the Blood Rush package, so... I'm gonna play one more. He's gonna play an aggro deck. What just happened? New hybrid? Oh, it's already selected. I have it. Copy, copy. I do need to update the score. I forgot to update the score in the last one. We are now 3-1. 3-1. That Levia loss was like absolutely our fault though. So that's good to know. I mean, that was like literally us playing greedy. So nothing in life is worth doing easy. Yeah, if you weren't struggle busting for that win, was it really a win? Alright, so he's going to play an aggro deck, so that means immediately we take in the aggro package. Fai! Oh, nice, nice. This should be a good one to show off. Take out the recursion. Hey, someone joined the league. Thank you, thank you. Take out the recursion. Swap in those lovely claws. Go for the race. Actually, against Fai, it's like the one deck where I do still... one aggro deck where I do still prefer Scabskins over... just because you get to turn off Mask that one extra out use blue card, but I do want to show off like the full aggro package, so you will use hooves. We'll use hooves. 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 Oh, I actually added a noise. If I win a game, I'm supposed to click this button.
Wow, Ethan, great moves. Keep it up. Proud of you.
Thank you, Michelle Obama, for your kind words. Alright, he is sideboarding. And we'll jump in. Cool, start. And this is aggro time. Woohoo! So basically, do we see Blood Rush or not? That is what it comes down to. Love playing those games where you only really care about the first 4 hands you draw. They're really fun to play. I hate the damage leak on turn 1. Thing is, though, if we block, get punished. But him swinging at all means I really kind of want to block. Okay. If that's the only thing he swings this turn, I'm fine with filling the graveyard +1. If he decides to go a little bit longer, then I'll probably leak 2 damage from the second Kodachi plus the Phoenix. I'm never going to block the second Kodachi, is the thought process here. Because if he swings second Kodachi, it's more likely he's going to pressure. If we do block with the card here, then he definitely pressures and we leak way more, like way too much damage. So we're going to take this leak, but you can never be sure off the first swing. The Fai. Pitched a blue Razor. It's interesting. It's new. They're new things. That's going to be 0 though, bud. It's going to be a 0. Are you aware of this? Are you going to Razor it? It has go again. So I assume he's going to just try to push for a Rupture. That must be like why you play it this way, right? If he does play for a Rupture here, then... Okay, oh, well, we love this. Thank you, Pietro. You're so kind to us. We will absolutely take the ability to block with 3 cards and only leak 1 damage. Fine with that. No, 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 no. Don't play your Art of War. Arsenal that. Come on. There you go. Oh, baby. What just happened? Dang it. Come on, man. Come on, man. You know how good that would have been if we discarded the Beast Within? That's fine. Not going to be the most impressive Blood Rush, but it will be a Blood Rush. That's the other benefit of being able to block, is you do just get to dig more cards towards a Blood Rush. It's quite nice. Quite fun. And it works out that way. But unfortunately, this is only going to be a 13 damage Blood Rush. We will Arsenal the Graveling, though, and our graveyard will be in a good spot, so fine. Is fine. The other option with that hand, quite honestly, that I should have thought about 1 second longer, is just play the Endless Maw, Arsenal the Blood Rush, and try to craft around actually hitting the Beast Within... Or sorry, Arsenal the Graveling Growl, and actually play towards triggering the Beast Within, because with the Graveling and Arsenal, it would have guaranteed that we get to swing that. That's one way to go about it, for sure, but sometimes you just take the 50-50 right out the gates. Right out the gates. Because, I mean, if it hit, it was huge. And not hitting is still pretty decent. Like, a Levia turn 2 dealing 13 is, like, still pretty good. Still pretty good for the deck. But in all honesty, because this is a Hooves build, it actually was better to do the other one. It was actually definitely better. Just play Endless for 9, because he gave us 3 in Graveyard. Pretty insane. Arsenal Graveling, and just go from there. And then try to make your next turn a Hooves Beast Within Blood Rush turn. Would have been pretty good. But it's fine. It is fine. This in Arsenal is good enough to me. And these cards also just kind of keep up with a good tempo plan. That is not going to give the Kodachi go again. No go again. On Razor Pitch. Undo. Yeah. Alright, this is Pietro, who is a League of Levia member who won a skirmish on Levia. So he has always been hitting me up to play, so always happy to oblige. He plays out in Italy, and he's actually the national champion for Keyforge in Italy. Pretty cool. Cool. However, this brew is pretty spicy. All that said. You know, it's kind of funny that I'm a little bit willing to just take this damage so that I can actively play this rounds on me. Probably plus the Unworldly Bellow into at minimum Graveling Growl into hopefully Endless Maw. I'm pretty willing to take the damage this turn. That is funny. I wouldn't do that normally, but like this rounds on me into Kodachi Fai is pretty huge. It's pretty huge. So I guess the better line then is to look at blocking with the Endless Maw here. Because blocking with the Endless Maw is the greedier way to play it, because this hand always does let me play Graveling for 11 and then set a card in Arsenal. So if I'm going to block with the Endless Maw, then it should be on the +1 effect here. Probably. Because he's not likely going wide enough to threaten Mask. God, I'm just not sure, actually. Because he could banish this, it could come in, this could be another Draconic into the Phoenix Flame. We're still going to do this, though. We're still going to do this. Try to deny +1. Just hope his hand can't go 3 wide after this. Rising would do it. That's another little Draconic card, then he can go wide enough for Mask. I guess, oh yeah, true. He's not swinging. Yeah, he could always just pay, like, hardcore pay for the Phoenix. That's true. So this can be anything, and it will still threaten Mask. That will not threaten Mask, though. That is a weapon. That, sir, is a weapon. Okay, so we like that. So we're gonna start with this round's on me. Really don't care what we draw, because we're gonna throw it in Arsenal, and we can crown it away. Drawing that is pretty good. Then we're going to Unworldly, and look at this cost curve, folks. Look at that cost curve. How spicy is that? We played a This Round's on Me into a Graveling for 11. Reset Arsenal, all off of 4. Pretty gross. Pretty gross. Our graveyard right now has 3 misses exactly. I guess I wasn't even planning as to what happened if the Unworldly didn't hit. Sometimes you just pretend like you don't miss, and we definitely played that way that turn. This hand would have been nice to have the Graveling for, so if we'd blocked down and just played the Endless, then this hand would have been quite nice to... it would have just been reset Arsenal with Bear Fangs, block with this, play Dread Screamer, Graveling. The thing about Bear Fangs in this list is because you're running the 9 Unworldlies for the version package, I went ahead and added like more cards that just get value off that cost curve of pitching a blue. Like the Unworldly plus Swing Big off a blue is an amazing. Sometimes 12 off of 1 blue. Bear Fangs can also do that, but it's not a blocking card. It is a non-block, but it does feel a graveyard a bit early game. So there's a trade-off there. Only run it in 2. Only a 2 of. In this kind of hand, it's probably not doing much. If anything, I'm probably just playing Dread Screamer, pitching the Bear Fangs into Swing Big, blocking with Writhing this turn. Most likely the play. If we had another blue, this is the kind of turn where we could consider popping Hooves, because we'd be able to do Dread Screamer, Hooves into Bear Fang Swing Big. That would have been a big turn. So he plays an Art of War into our This Round's on Me. So we are pretty fine. We are pretty fine with this. The Kodachis will deal 0 damage, and the Art of War buff is negated. Like this. Alright, we lost like 15 viewers as soon as they saw the blue Razor. They were like, never mind. This is not a game we want to watch. They dipped. Go to 50%. Alright, it's like super quiet now. Not sure if that's good enough. Go there. He strike for 4. He chose go again. That's once again fine. Even if his next card was normally a breakpoint, we can block it with the This Rounds. Let's see it. Z, just let me know on the music. I did mess with it. Lava Burst for... What is going on? Why would you... What am I missing? Why would you do that? Pietro, come on. Come on, buddy. What was the point of that? Just pitch for Phoenix Flame. Even if it's 0, at least this comes in. Can we just undo that, please? I'm gonna make him undo that. Just get Phoenix. And go for Rupture. Alright, this is what happens when you put League of Levias on not Levia. This is what happens. Although, I mean, to be fair, oh my god, okay, can we just... Alright, well, okay, but we still need to finish the game. Come on. What are you doing? Undo again. Get Minnow. Pitch for Phoenix. And then Lava. Okay, we might just have to reset to this turn. This turn. Come on. There we go. Just reset. Go for it. Should we do a mirror? I'm actually really not interested in playing a Levia mirror. Today, the goal is to decide on Levia or Fai. So I'd like to play against the decks I presume are coming up in Nationals. And if I'm not playing Levia, then there's probably only like one other person maybe playing Levia at US. That's John. And I don't think John's even going. We could play it for fun, but it won't quite be what I need out of today. And I think we played a mirror at some point. I'm pretty sure I played a mirror against Pietro at some Levia versus Levia. I feel like that happened. All right, come on. Let's get these actions done with. Come on. Come on, Pietro. I mean, he's saying he's playing bad, but it's also very hard to play through. This round's on me, like, really messes with Fai. It's going to save me basically 6 damage this turn, because he doesn't get to swing with Kodachis, and it's going to save me 4 HP across the entire chain. So, it's a pretty good card. Pretty good card, I would say. Because, like, right now, this is not even threatening Mask. Because this didn't hit. So, we'll go ahead and protect the HP. And the other option, I guess maybe we don't have to, right? Because the other option is we just play this Bear Fangs. Just pitch here for Bear Fangs. Keep the swing big in Arsenal. Take 5. I feel like that's more relevant, actually. Keeping up a really high value Arsenal is fine for this matchup. We'll just take it. We'll just take it. And our graveyard's fine. It's not like I really need to pitch to block with the 6 here. Alright, let's pretend we hit. Sir. Nice, we hit 2 of the misses. Playing Belittle to trigger Shuko Flame does work to get Rupture on. Belittle to trigger Shuko Flame does work to get Rupture. Yes, that's what we fixed, right? Yeah, the other thing I need to mess with is I have a noise gate on because I have 2 very rambunctious cats and also Sandra running around in the background, so if I'm not talking, then there is, like, not anything coming. And, I think it might... I don't know, like, really what that does to the music. I need to listen back on it, but I'm pretty sure the music should... The music at least fills that dead air, which is nice. Alright, let's see it. What do we discard? We did miss on the discard. A little unfortunate, but even on the miss there, we are okay, because we did clear 2 misses. We did clear 2 misses. So, 4-card hand for 12. Not great. Not great, but, you know, that's what a lot of decks can pump out. 4-card hand for 12. This kind of hand we just play for Endless Maw. Quite nice. Yeah, no, the Belittle was red. It was just -1 because of this rounds. Yeah. Yep. Alright, well, Pietro didn't play this game optimally, to be fair, but this is also kind of the beauty of the Levia Fai matchup, is you just have a lot of armor. You just have a lot of armor, you get to block, and, like, blocking actively hurts what they want. They want to threaten Mask, but blocking helps what you want. It fills your graveyard. So that kind of equalizes, and then you actually have better... You don't have as high a ceiling as their hands do. But, like, your 2-card hand for 9 is way better than anything Fai can pull. So there are points in the game that are just stronger for you. This coming in for 4 is a little annoying. That's cool. It revealed a double strike. Now, against Fai, Carrion Husk doesn't get the most value. Unless you use it specifically on, like, a Lava Burst, which doesn't tend to be where the Mass triggers line anyway. So it could be okay to use it here to deny Mask. But there are 2 cards we definitely want to block with in Swing Big and Rising. We can waste some HP. Real scary part is if the rest of this hand does still threaten Husk, and we're just kind of forced to use it. So then the other option is just Crown. I'm kind of okay with that. It does put us at 3 misses in the yard, which I don't love, but odds are still pretty okay. So we'll block with these. Go ahead and sink the Swing Big, because worst case we can just reset with this Swing Big. I mean, we're just going to block with this and Arsenal this Big most likely. That is fine. Plays Headlong. Sure, we'll just take that damage. We'll just take that damage. probably going to be a bit of an inefficient block. He's going to add back the... Oh, he's going to take the tempo. Okay, we don't love how this worked out, actually. We could just go ahead and double block here. We could do this and save the Husk for next turn, but we know that he's got double strike on top of the deck because of the... Where'd it go? We know he has double strike on top of the deck because of the Ravenous Rabble, revealing it. So that means next turn, it's probably going to be very hard for me to use Husk to get full value out of it. So instead, if we Husk here, and then just use this turn to go ahead and Hooves, and get to play a 17 damage 4-card hand, that's pretty good. So we'll go for that line instead. We'll go for that. And we could also, we could also Goliath. The thing about Goliathing, though, is it would have to be on the swing big. That's not so bad. If this misses, obviously this is horrible. If this misses, this is miserable. Oh, oops, I missed the trigger. Oh my god. Sorry. I have to turn this on and then do it. There we go. Now it triggers. Yeah, Fai blocks, he loses. Yeah, especially the Kodachis. The Kodachi Fai only has one good 2-card hand, and that is literally a blue and Cinderclaw. Oh yes, we will gain the action point here and really put him on the back foot. We'll see how he blocks. I'm not sure I really want to Goliath, because Goliath on a Writhing just will end the game. He doesn't run any tall D reacts. So holding Goliath for that specifically is pretty good. We only saw one Goliath, or we only saw one Writhing so far. So it's likely we'll see another one coming up. I'd rather hold that. And just swing the swing big as is. Plus it would put us at 3 cards in graveyard that are misses, and we don't want that, of course. Crown, Hooves, Goliath. Yeah, so I don't know, if like Viserai and Briar are dead, look at what Levia's doing. I'm just saying. She kind of does her thing. You're just on a clock. Do you see your Blood Rush? Did they see their Art of War? But the one edge you have is the blocking, of course, and then I'm running this rounds, baby. I fully believe. I believe in this rounds. It's a beautiful turn 0 play. Also actually good into Fai. Alright, here we go. 8. So it's already coming in for 8, so he can't just use Mask and live. This still demands a real card out of him. Otherwise, Goliath actually duration. But this still will actually take a card from his. And we know that one of his cards is a 2-block in Double Strike. And we already saw 1 3-block. Looks like he had another 3-block though. Little unfortunate for us. Most Fai hands have like 1 3-block. He's blocking with Double Strike. That definitely seems very wrong. Double Strike. Oh no, because he did. Okay, he did block with Shuko. It's a little annoying. It's a little annoying, but I think him getting the draw isn't that bad here, because we can still come in for 9 just off this. That's fine. Whatever. Draw your card. I'll allow it. And we do this. We did hit one of the misses, so we're looking to hit just one more on this. We didn't. Okay, so Goliath is still a little risky. Goliath is still going to be a little risky, but whatever. We play for it. Draw your last pathetic card, Yugi. It's funny because I don't think I get pegged as the villain for playing Levia. I feel like she's a very sympathetic hero. But she is supposed to be the bad guy. Like, she and Chain are literally like servants of darkness. But to be fair, like, Solana is also evil AF. So if that's what's going on, then like maybe the Demonastery is like actually the good guy, because Solana, they're just religious fanatics. Not here for that. No thank you. But Levia really is supposed to be like the big bad. I really hope Dynasty kind of connects the whole story of perhaps the fighting in Solana has started to eke its way over into Volcor. Because, I mean, Icelander made it all the way to Volcor, so Maybe the fighting can as well. All right, so he's going to go to 1, or rather he's going to take 1, go to 2. You know what that means? Reckless seals the deal. Reckless seals the deal. And with no mask anymore, we're just going to take every damage he throws at us here, which looks to not be that much. And we will likely just kill him. Double Art of War is pretty alright with me. We'll do... Go again is like a little hopeful, but we'll still click it because we have another Art of War we could play. Okay, perfect. We love banishing Beast Within. Beast Within is like useless other than Blood Rush. So we'll do buff and banish. Get rid of the Beast Within. And yeah, look at that. That's pretty good. Pretty much do it. Because it'll just be 8 and then Claw. And we can even Arsenal the Unworldly. Actually, if we Goliath, do we guarantee death? Right now it's 13. So if that's like a sync blow, he can live. But otherwise, if those are all 3 blocks, then he lives at 1. So if we Goliath, he just dies here. Here we go. Should just die. Yep. And that's the game. Pretty handily won, I have to say. Like, the Fai matchup's, like, pretty alright. And our Blood Rush, so we only played the 1 Blood Rush, but the thing to note about that 1 Blood Rush is it drew us 2 cards closer to our next power card. And our next power card in this game did just win us the game. Like, we found our Art of War and we just won. So if your first power card gets you closer to the next, that's all it takes for a short game to just wrap up. Just get to your next card. Get to your next big play. We only played that 1 Blood Rush and it was only 13 damage. It wasn't even that good. Alright, so...
No.
We go. I guess because he played Art of War from Arsenal, could live. Good. Yes, he does live. This is fine. He definitely doesn't live next turn. Yeah, I mean, well, that wraps up the game, because this will be big money. Go. Oh my god, there's a lot of misses, though. It shouldn't matter, really, though. Alright, please leave the Wrecker Romp. Please leave the Wrecker Romp. Please leave the Wrecker Romp. Dang it. It actually shouldn't matter, though. This is 14. He just dies. He just dies. But, you know, it would have been cool to also fit Claw in there. Alright. GG, well played. Really, not really a test against my fight. All good. Jeez. I'm gonna go back to opponent, though. Need more tips. Yep, okay, that's it. Here we go. Now we actually will remember the cue. Once it pops up. Where's the windscreen?
Wow, Ethan, great moves. Keep it up. Proud of you.
Thank you. All right. With that, I'll update the score. Levia not doing too bad. Levia 2-1. Levia 2-1. Always thank you for the games. Thank you for the games. The games. Always fun. Okay. Let's try the old... Oh, I don't know. I kind of want to play Levia again. Oh, God. I need to make up my mind. I have time for, like, maybe 2 more games. And I need to choose. Within those next 2 games, I need to choose. Is it Fai or is it Levia? I gotta pick. Y'all. I gotta pick, because then tomorrow I just need to grind. Tomorrow, I'm off work. I need to literally spend, like, 12 hours playing whatever deck I choose. It sounds insane. I'm a filthy addict when it comes to this game. But that's just what it is. And I really want to do well at Nats. I really do. Oh, we can just join this, I think. So we'll go back to the Fai list. Oh, we'll go back to the Fai list that I was playing hard at. Dromai. Yo. All right, this is fine. I mean, this is a great matchup for Fai. A great matchup for Fai. In fact, most Dromais tend to dodge when they see this matchup. They don't enjoy it. We take out this. Got this. Here comes these. And that's the 60. Yep, looks good. Flip a coin. No. We need to make informed decisions for once. Too long have I just gone into every single event and just always played Levia, no thought. For once, we're gonna be smart about it. We're gonna be smart about it. I really think I can do well at this national. Like, not being cocky about it, I don't think I'm one of the best players. I just think for once I had enough time going into an event that I really should have a leg up in experience. Like, I played like 12 practice drafts in Lille. I played at the Pro Tour. I've been playing like every day for like 3-4 hours minimum. That's just enough time, I think, to really get me there. We can say goodbye to those. It's a little unfortunate, but Rise isn't getting great value here anyway. And this at least will lead into our Kodachi as well. Oh, that's... Bye. Yeah, James White said it as well. Literally, when we were getting food at the Pro Tour. That's my back. No, you don't have to play her. Well, Jesus, man. You designed her. But if that's... yeah. If that's the opinion. Yeah, I still play Levia at every armory. I just went to a Blitz armory last weekend. Oh, wow. Well, we don't like that draw sequence one bit. This draw sequence sucks. It's fine. It's still damage. We can still squeak in a Phoenix Flame, whatever. Man. Would've liked that Rise from the Ashes, though. Well. That's how we activate it, right? We activate it this way. That's right. Oh, God, this is such low damage. And, like, we don't even get to threaten Mask. It's pretty sad. So, in fact, we actually should have swung with that first, but he's blocking because he thinks it threatens Mask. So I'm allowed. I'm fine with that. Oh, okay, he's gonna undo it. Alright, that's fine. We definitely messed this up. It should have been Phoenix first. That's alright. That is okay. We take the misplays. I find it interesting that you said no to Levia, let me pick Fai. I feel like if you wanted to top event, it seems like you might have grabbed a clear in front runner and had your skill. Thoughts? Briar, Icelander, I guess Fai. Well, that's actually why I like Fai, is because Fai's not the obvious top deck. He's definitely quite good. But until he won that Nationals in the UK, he was, like, you know, lower tier 1 hero. No one was really talking about him. And I prefer it when decks are just a little bit under the radar. I don't want to play the best deck. I want to, like, in this scenario, I wanted to play a more competitive deck, for sure. Man, that first turn sucked, and I didn't play it right. Yep. This is fine. Yeah, swing with Necria. Yes, it's fine. I don't want to play the top deck. I don't want to play... Basically, Oldhim is what that means. I didn't want to play Oldhim when I went into testing. And also, I was convinced that there's no way I was going to be the best Icelander. Like, just no way. There were a lot of good Icelanders around. I mean, Levi, James, those are two really strong Icelander players, and they're here in the US. And they started playing her, like, as soon as she got spoiled. I had 2 weeks. To, like, really commit. No, I guess about 3 weeks. I had 3 weeks to really commit to a new hero. So it really was up to... At that point, Dromai or Fai were the two I was really considering. And in my playgroup, there's already 2 Dromais. And that kind of swung it to more lines of thinking where, like, you know what? Like, they're already playing Dromai, so I just want to play one of the different ones. I would like to play something different. This is not great. We'll reveal the rising, I guess. This one will go face. And so, since they were already on Dromai, I wanted to fill a different slot within our group. And that really just left Fai. And the other beauty of Fai was all my cards are still missing. I don't have any of the decks I took with me to the Pro Tour other than Levia. And that definitely sucked to lose my bag the way I did. But I did have enough Fai cards just from doing drafts and opening Uprising at home that he was kind of the easiest deck for me to pivot and build. Because I also still had all my ninja equipment. Because I didn't take Katsu. I didn't take Katsu to Pro Tour. Okay, what are we doing this turn? Well, ideally we would like to trigger Mask. We throw the double Kodachis at Dromai. That doesn't draw us the Mask card, which is unfortunate. So if we go face with the Rising, I guess, yeah, we can do it this way. This is not the greatest. Actually, prefer to have Tunic up here. We can actually pay for Kodachis the way we want. So this is all right. This one will also send at face. We hope this one hits. This is kind of the one we really want to hit, because then we can turn on the dragons and we can just Kodachi Flame, draw a card. He's not going to let that happen. That's all right. So we don't really care about drawing the card then. We can just go Kodachi, Dromai, throw Lava Burst at face, Arsenal the Phoenix for next turn. No, because we do want to throw the Phoenix right now. Yeah, we do want to throw the Phoenix right now because it's going to trigger the Shuko for lava and get the +1 off. So then we're also going to just send this one face. Phoenix will be a little inefficient, but it's going to clean up the Dromai. Yeah, so this will go at Dromai. Just going to be 2 damage, so actually it's not that inefficient. I was thinking it had the Shuko buff. It does not. So then he really has to block the Lava Burst. The Lava Burst now threatens the draw as well, and it's for 7, so that's pretty good. They never ship them back? No. Yesterday on stream, we received an email from FedEx. Oh, that's a good one. I like that in Arsenal. And or not email, it was a Twitter message of all things. The Twitter message said, "We are sorry, but we cannot find your bag. Lava bursting the Necria also clears it and triggers Mask." Yeah, but I don't really care about clearing Necria. He can swing with it like one more time, and then we'll just send like a 4 attack in it. I'm fine with that. And Sarakai is very annoying here, especially since we don't have another 3 block. Ugh. That is pretty gross. Our turn's also short of blue, but we do have Tunic, actually. Tunic can save this. Tunic can make this a very aggressive hand. We're going to take a lot of damage. We're going to take 13 damage this turn. We'll do it. Do it. Slap me with it. Let's see it. 13 damage. Yeah. This turn can work. For sure. We don't actually have to... Spreading Flames is like the one thing. We can save that for next turn if we really care about it. Because sending anything other than a Kodachi of Sarakai feels pretty bad. Feels pretty bad, and everything's going to be a lot bigger than a Kodachi. I guess... Well, no, I mean, the first Phoenix Flame is just going to be 2. If it's just 2, killing Vincerica is fine. Yeah. I don't know. I kind of really do want to hold it though, because we can just brand kill the Vincerica anyway. But spreading one of the 4 attacks can kill Necria. That would feel nice. Yep. We will go this way. Just because spreading now does push one of the flame calls to 4, which will clear the Necria. Fine. Blocks the Necria. And we flame call now. This one will also go face. Do you get an insurance claim to regain the lost valuables? Well, not really, because the issue is FedEx lost it. The airline found it. The airline found it within 3 days. And then they shipped it with FedEx. But then FedEx lost it. And so at that point, I wasn't in charge of the shipping. The FedEx guys shipped it, right? And I don't know. I just don't know if they bought insurance or what. I haven't followed up on that front yet. All right, so the way we want to sequence this is we want the next attack to hit here. Yes. Well, not the next attack. Now we're still gonna, we'll still throw it this way. It's not the next attack, rather it's the next attack that goes face, because he did block these first 2. But at least it'll be a breakpoint that we throw at him. And then this brand can clear the Necria. Which you care about at this point. Sure. Sure. So this comes in for 4 at least, so it probably takes an equipment piece. Otherwise it threatens map. Situation sucks. Yeah, it is awful. It is so bad. This is pretty much all you can say about it, is that it is horrible. Horrible. It's awful. And FedEx is not convinced that they've truly lost it. The last update they had was truly a week ago. Okay, he blocks with 2. Last update I had was truly a week ago. 9/13 at 6 a.m. it got scanned in. And then no update after that. And I've called them basically every day since. And they're just convinced that they can find it. They say, give us 2 days, we'll give you an update. Give us 2 days, we'll give you an update. Give us 2 days, we'll give you an update. The issue is, it has now been a week. And how long will it go on before they just say, okay, you know what? Sorry, we did lose it. How long till they say that? And supposedly their final update, their final assessment of the situation will come to me this Thursday. Oh, it just sucks. It sucks so bad. All right. Well, at least he didn't put any pressure on us, so we can use our hand pretty inefficiently. Our hand is literally going to be Kodachi. Pay for Phoenix, swing Blaze, maybe Snatch. It depends. Oh, see, okay, shoot, I already did it wrong. But since he blocked this one, then we can go ahead with our misplay. This was not the right order to do it. It was not the right order to do it. I should have just led with the Phoenix. I knew this was what my turn was. But it's whatever. He did block the first link anyway. Then this comes in. FedEx losing a bag is probably a fringe event compared with airlines losing a bag. Oh yeah, once they found it, I thought we were smooth sailing. I was like, man, the airline? Good on you guys. Oh, he's quelling, that's what it is. Okay, I totally missed what he's doing. Man, airline actually found this sucker. We are set. We'll be fine. But nope. Then FedEx just let it slip. Just disappeared. And what's crazy is that I actually, I wonder if there is something I can do about complaining to the airline for even shipping with FedEx. Because I didn't tell them to ship it with FedEx. I just told them to let me know when they found the bag. It looks like he doesn't want to commit a real card this turn, so we'll still swing Snatch. Because, like, if you just let me know when you find it, then I can just go drive and pick it up. I can literally just go back to the airport and get the bag. I did not tell them to ship with FedEx. That's just, like, their procedure, right? So that's, like, a little frustrating because instead of paying to ship it, they could have just paid me for gas. And I would have just gone and gotten it. And then we'd be out of this whole situation. So, yeah, pretty annoying. Yeah, annoying. Alright, there we go. We get his equipment. Fine with that. We never even know if that snatch card is going to be good in Arsenal or not, so fine with me. Card could have been a blue. You never know. The one thing is actually we could have just passed priority, and then once he sacks Silken for the Ashwing, we could have snatched into the Ashwing and drawn a card in Arsenal. But then we wouldn't have eaten his equipment. But, you know, something to consider. Something to consider. We have a popper, but not much else is going our way this hand. Okay, well, he probably swings with Chromite first, at least. No, he doesn't. Yeah, I mean, I think we'll still let the trickle through. If we don't, if we just Command and Conquer on that first Ashwing, our turn can still just be Kodachi, killing the other Ashwings into hitting something and clearing it. We could even snaps the snatched to pop off. I don't think that's super worth it. But if we're gonna snatch a dragon, we might as well kill the Dromai. So we will just go ahead and get it out of here. I'm gonna leave him with one Ashwing. Oh wait, you know what I didn't even realize? This cost 1. Oh man, that costing 1 sucks. So we're really gonna have to pitch poorly. Well, I guess that means we just straight up don't snatch the, we just don't snatch, and then snaps it. We're just gonna Arsenal whatever we draw. So, it's fine. It's really not a good turn. Not a good turn. Yeah, that really didn't line up well, did it? No, sir. No, sir, it did not. Ooh, man, and arseling a CNC doesn't feel great. Oh, but I guess we're going to draw one more off mask. Okay, this is fine. Alright, arseling belittle, that's fine. We don't hate that. We don't hate that, and then we can actually belittle off Tunic, unless he has Tomultai here. Alright, don't Tomultai me. And if he Tomultais, it's probably going to be on mask anyway. And we can at least pop it with Command and Conquer, so maybe we don't hate that. Maybe the worst one is, in theory, Dominia. This turn. Oh, there was a Tomultai. Look at that, Tomultai. You just didn't have the blues, I guess. Fine. Okay, whoa, and Dominia. My god, he drew all of those juicy dragons this turn. Now he plays Uvia. Interesting. Wow, he really went hard. Yeah, we take this Ashwing damage. We don't really care about popping it anyway, because it gives us something to throw mask at. The Yendurai, we absolutely clear. High value. Goodbye. Now we get Belittle off of Tunic. Pretty juicy. Pretty big. Love when this happens. And reveal that Lava Vein. Hit a hero. When Mounting Anger hits. No, it doesn't have to hit a hero. Either way, Uvia is questionable. I guess we could Kodachi Mounting Uvia. That is like legitimately a way to clear it and draw a mask. So I think that's fine. I think we are fine to go for that route. Also depends how he blocks here. Also depends how he blocks here. Okay, so he does block this. So now we can draw a card. Kill the Uvia. Draw, get +1 out of it. Here goes Uvia. Banish the Lava Vein. This comes in for more damage, why not? Draw a Spreading Flames. That's really not that good here. It's really not that good here. Because we already had a 1 cost that we wanted to throw. Yeah, not great. Not great. What we could do is just Lava Vein, play out the next mounting, and then even add back the Phoenix and just give it the +1 that way. Doable. Just more damage. We want to get ahead on that trade now. We've maintained his board state pretty well. We saw Tomotai and Dominia not get played. We saw him pitch those because he just missed the blue, I guess. That was fine with me. Sure, and then we'll throw this back in. He doesn't block it. We get a free +1 out of it by just adding back the Phoenix. Here it comes. Then if he does block it, honestly, with like a D-react, then we probably just Arsenal. Nope, okay. We get free damage in. It's coming in for 2 though. Nothing too crazy. Alright. Was decent. He double sigils. Interesting play, my friend. What's wrong with Spreading Flames there? It nets you +3. No, it wouldn't count itself because it cares about Draconic links, not just links. So even though it was Chain Link 4, the first 3 links were Belittle, Kodachi, and then Mounting Anger, and then Spreading Flames. So Spreading Flames wouldn't kick in there. It wouldn't kick in on the next one, because the next one would be the Lava Vein, which is a 3 attack, and that would be at Chain Link 3. It would need to be at Chain Link 4. So the Spreading Flame would only have done +1 damage, because it would affect the Phoenix Flame, and that's it on that. So the Mounting was +2, whereas the Phoenix was +1. Yeah, I mean, we're not blocking this. Sorry, opponent. Wasn't paying attention. Probably read a lot about it. I have a link that might help you further. There's a limit of days to be paid for lost luggage. You informed the airline that FedEx didn't deliver to you? I did. They were supposed to call me today, but they didn't. I let them know yesterday about the whole situation. Yeah, we like this hand. This hand tends to work quite nicely. And pretty juicy. When you find a brain with Cinderclaw, and you find a blue, then you can pay for Kodachi, Phoenix. The Phoenix is going to turn on the rest of this hand. But I don't like Flame. First links weren't... Yep. Alright, so the cool thing about this next attack is it's going to be threatening Ask, and he left the Ashwing up. So unfortunately we waste the Shuko buff. We do waste the Shuko buff. But we draw a card. We drew a Rising. Really not relevant, but it's something we can throw in Arsenal for when we find our next Spreading Flames, I guess. We already saw 2 when we pitched the 3rd. The next time we'd see Spreading Flames is after a Belittle Shuffle. It's really not that good, but we really don't need to play it here. So, yeah. It will still just end up as an Arsenal. Then this. Then Lava Burst. Oh, Marius, you're saying you don't like Spreading Flames, not Phoenix Flame. I see. You just don't like Spreading Flames. No. Spreading Flames is normally... Like, if you're playing it with intentionally putting kind of those weak yellows and blues in Arsenal, knowing that Spreading Flames is going to equalize their value later, especially off the back of Shuko. If you just play with, like, that foresight to just realize, okay, I'll just hold a blue. I'll just put a blue in Arsenal because Spreading Flames equalizes the value, basically makes it a red. Then you can, at minimum, normally get your Spreading Flames turns to about it being a 1 for 6. Normally off the top, it ends up being just a 1 for 5, which is good. Isn't Shuko damage unpreventable? Yes, but that doesn't mean unblockable. That does not mean unblockable. Unpreventable just means that they can't use like Oldhim Crown of Seeds, for example. They can't use like Oasis Respite. That's what unpreventable. In this kind of hand, I do care about the brand more than playing out the Rising, I guess. So we'll lead with brand again, just for one. Make it annoying for him to block the mask, because we'll go brand, Kodachi, then Phoenix for 2, this time at his face. Are you on the Talishar Dev Discord? Yeah, I was actually doing some work for them on UI improvement, which I don't quite know what's up with that. It was a project from a while ago, so I would have expected some of the updates to roll through. They haven't yet, but they are something I worked on with them. 1 for 5 maybe. Why not play more consistent 1 for 5s like Breaking Point? Because it has a higher ceiling. In the initial version I was running at the Battle Hardened Columbus, I loved all the 1 for 5s. I was running triple 1 for 5 in Breaking Point. I love Breaking Point. The card was nuts. Okay, so actually the change is if we do play the Rising now. If we do play the Rising now, then we can actually throw a Race Face at him. I was just thinking we hold a Race Face, but maybe we do throw it. He's at 10. I'm honestly more inclined to hold a Race Face. It feels like bad value, but it's whatever. It's whatever. If we had Tunic here, it's quite nice. Blocks that. Get this. Oh, actually, okay, we can still throw a Race Face because we do have double Phoenix. We can go ahead and get rid of this Phoenix and just pitch it back in. I don't hate that. Yeah, that's actually better. What am I saying? We can just do that. But the thing is, in like a more Draconic Fai, when you do start adding a lot more of the Draconic cards, the ceiling for Spreading Flames gets insane. Like, there's been turns where it's a 1 for 8. It's a 1 for 8. Like, that is better than Levia. That is just like nuts value. So if you just play with a little bit of intentionality behind Spreading Flames, the ceiling on that card is just, yeah, it's just very, very good. Because when I'm playing Fai, I do try to go for more setup turns than just playing off the top. Playing off the top works really well for most Fai builds, I would say. I mean, it's just a deck that can do that. It's pretty darn consistent. But it is nice to have, like, the singular card. I mean, Art of War is a similar way. Art of War and Spreading Flames are both cards that do reward you for actually pushing for a 5-card hand. This hand is not great because this is not a 0 cost, but we can still threaten lethal pretty easily. Because we can just start with the Tunic, or then Art of War. We can say +1 banish and go ahead and get rid of this blue. Nice. This is quite amazing. We love how this worked out. We don't need to spend this resource on anything because we're going to have Draconic, pay 1 for Phoenix. So we can just go ahead and lead with Kodachi's. Yeah, this build is, as you've seen, exactly. Like with the Phoenix Flames, the Awakening, it for sure leans in way heavier. Which makes it weaker to Erase Face. Like, it absolutely is weaker to Erase Face. Can't deny that. Can't deny that. 4. Definitely weaker to Erase Face. Alright, the last thing we want to show him is the Double Strike, because that is the weirdest card for him to block. So we throw this. Blocks. We spend the 1 on Phoenix. It gets Shuko. And the +1 from Art of War. And we probably just win. I mean, this is going to come in for 2 and 2. So, sorry, bud, but it's probably over. Here we go. Read Art of War, but is there space for both? I mean, yeah, in theory, yes. Oh, yeah, it should be GG. GG's. Yeah, so, I mean, that was like a pretty normal Dromai versus Fai game. I just love what the Kodachis do. I don't run them in any other matchup right now, but they just handle the dragons so well. And they just give you such agency over mass. Amazing. So, we can jam one more, and then I'll have to get off. One more, and I have to get off. One more, then I need to decide on the deck. One more, and I need to pick Levia or Fai. That is going to be a tough call. That Runeblade match practice. Do you think that means he wants to play into Runeblades or he is Runeblade? It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell. So we'll just create our own. Sam Dando, where are you at between Fai and Levia? Right now I am 3-0 with Fai, 2-1 with Levia. Is the total record for games. So what that means win rate wise, of course, is that Fai is winning. But there's something else to look at that I think you'll enjoy. Check this out, Sam. So here's my Fai games, right? At this point, I've played 39. I don't know if that last game updated yet, but we'll say 39/40 Fai games. And I'm at an 82% win rate. And that's not to say that, like, you know, Talishar games are the most indicative of what happens at a real tournament. But in all honesty, like, I feel like US Nationals is somewhere in the random Talishar bracket. Like, US Nationals, until you get to the top, is going to be just a really wide open field. It just will be. Okay. Into Rhinar. Well, this is kind of an interesting one, actually, because Rhinars these days, they're going to buy 100% win rate. Rhinar's a more interesting one because these days they have to just force the race with Blood Rush and all that. Because of that, Mask is pretty good. Mask is pretty good at just putting you ahead of the damage trade, forcing lethal first. But he could be that slower club Rhinar, and then Mask is for sure better than Mask Moment. I'm inclined to actually try Mask the Pouncing Link this matchup. Because Rhinar has hands where all he wants to do is block down anyway. So Mask isn't like always doing a lot. We'll try that. We will try this. The other parts that we're going to take into this matchup. I don't think we need the one Razor. We could go for... Erase Face is going to mess up the CNC turn, or the Blood Rush turns. CNCs are going to hopefully pressure any other 5-card hand he's building, which in a similar way do pressure Blood Rush turns. And they're 3 blocks. So I think we'll go for that instead. I think this should feel fine. We'll give this a go. I don't think I've played against Rhinar, actually. Good luck, have fun. Not sure I've played against Rhinar as Fai. In all honesty. Well, this is not the way you want to start. These get their lowest value when all you have is 1 Phoenix. Even worse when he probably swings into you. Okay, so he is going to go the club strategy plus. But he's not on the Malaysian winner list because the Malaysia winner list runs Skull Crushers when they go for... Oh, okay. This is a spicy Rhinar. He rolls a 2. Rolls a 2. Okay, while he does his thing, let me wrap this up. Yeah, so we're rocking an 82% win rate, and I'm pretty sure most of my Fai games I've been half asleep for. That's pretty funny. I also play an insane amount of Levia, as you can see. 70 games played so far on the platform. And we're only rocking that 51% win rate. So I think that speaks to the deck that obviously performs a lot better. The deck that I've been playing for a year straight, and still only am able to push a 50% win rate on. And when you play this amount of games, I actually really quite value that this stat is tracked, because some tournaments I absolutely spike it with a go to an Armory, go 4-0, go to an RTN, lose like 1 game, like whatever. But when you actually look at a large sample size of Levia games, she just really isn't busted. Like, that's just the truth. Just really isn't busted. This is just like a very balanced win rate, and I have to play my heart out to get those wins. So when you start looking at that, yeah, it's like Levi's a fair deck or something. It must use before a roll. What? What you mean? Isn't high roller after the roll? I mean, isn't high roller after the roll? I don't what he said. I'm not sure what he's asking for here. You have rolled a 6 on a die and said intimidate twice. Well, yeah, he tried to roll already. Okay, I'm not sure what this guy's asking for. Sam, you're being generous by saying she's a fair deck. Look, honestly, I agree. Okay, yeah, 6 only. Yeah, only 6. Oh, 6. Yeah, okay, so I think when other people play Levia, this win rate has got to be like 20 to 30%. When I play Levia, I can make her fair. I can get it to just an okay state. Just okay. Well, we will give him those cards. I feel like that was a fine trade for us. We didn't hate that at all. Using double rise was kind of funny. And we still missed the blue. We still missed the blue. Interesting. Interesting. Well, this hand is definitely Arsenal Spreading Flame because we don't want to play that without our blue. We're going to miss the Shuko trigger. Or sorry, no we're not. We're going to get it off the double strike. Actually, this hand works out pretty fine. It does actually work pretty fine. It does indeed, because the Phoenix is going to get added back anyway, so we don't mind going 3. So we'll go for break points. We'll go for 4. 4 first, the break point. Then 2, and then 1. Oh, we're actually not playing Mask Momentum. Never mind. It's not as relevant. Really play it that way. Yeah, so this is the thing. Like, when you play this many games, Levia's just fair. When you look at her at a per-event basis, you might have that miracle run. You could. You really could. I'd love to think it could happen. I would love to think Nats is my miracle run for Levia. But in reality, it's not realistic. It's not realistic. I would have the time of my life playing Levia. I love playing this deck. I think the build I've landed on is quite interesting. It's not something I've really tried before. It's like pure recursion Levia, and it really is built to target Dromai, Icelander, Oldhim. And it does that very well. It actually does that very well, and then it coin flips aggro the same way it's always done. So you're going to win a lot of your games that you're supposed to. You're going to lose some of those coin flip games. But then you're also going to lose a couple games on the day to literally just Levia things. And that's what falls apart in terms of making a top 8 cut, right? Because you also have to factor in your win-loss coming from draft. I don't think I can go 6-0. I think I'm pretty comfortable 5-1 or 4-2. More comfortable at 4-2, of course. But the thing is, like, going 4-2 in draft should feel pretty good. But then it wouldn't feel good if I know I'm playing Levia and CC. Because I know that I've probably got at least like 2 losses coming just to myself. And then I'm out. And then I'm out of top 8, like guaranteed. Just because I know the hero I'm playing can't really sweep. It's just not possible. It's just not possible. You will have clunky games. Whereas Fai could sweep. I could literally face a Dromai every single matchup and go 6-0. Or whatever the, however many CC rounds there are. It's like 6-0, 8-0, whatever it is. Oh, this is actually pretty nice for a Spreading Flames. We don't mind this. Oh, never mind. We mind this. Come on, man. Why you gotta do this? It could even be a pummel. Are you serious? Are you serious? Well, that was unfortunate. Definitely play Fai. We still love you. Thank you. Thank you. I love you too. We got good people here at the League Levia. Man. Well, we don't have a 3-block to make this any easier for us. I'm pretty happy with losing 1 card. If he pummels, then, you know, it's a discard. If he doesn't pummel, then I kind of want to block with it. But even if he I just don't think we're blocking here. I don't want to, okay, he does pummel. Yeah, yeah. So, I mean, that's what was possible that turn anyway, and we're fine losing the blue cinder. So, I'd rather lose this to the discard effect than just use it for 2 life. That is okay with me. Pummel, yep. Let's play Fai, no salt will be spilled. Yeah, I mean, the games you lose with Fai, the weird thing about playing like a meta deck is you don't actually feel that bad about your losses because you tend to just lose the games that you already knew you were going to lose. You tend to just like understand, oh, it's a bad matchup. I probably lose. And that's such a refreshing feeling compared to playing Levia, where you sit down and you can have the most free matchup of your life. Your opponent cannot know a single card in your deck. And you can still lose that game. And that feels awful. That feels just the worst. The worst. But yeah, our turn still goes pretty wide. We like this. We like this a lot. Our turn actually kind of does everything we want it to anyway. The brand with Cinderclaw really saving us here. That's pretty funny. Take that, Erase Face. Thought you were actually doing something to me. We don't even waste the Shiko trigger. Insane. Insane. It's actually pretty funny how double brand saves us this entire turn. Now Searing still gets its go again. We can still Fai for 1. Hilarious. Get our Shiko. Hilarious. This was funny. Funny turn. Yeah, so I'm kind of looking forward to sitting down and just, you know, seeing a Briar and just understanding, okay, I probably lose. Like if they just see the channel mount, it's just over. And taking those losses is going to feel fine when I can sit across from a Dromai or, I don't know, I do feel pretty good into Oldhim. Feel pretty decent into Icelander. You sit across from those, you sit across from like a, I think probably Rhinar is a pretty easy one, but sit across from those heroes and you're just like, okay, I probably win this. And as long as your deck does what it's supposed to... Oh. Whoa, dude. What is going on? Yeah, okay. What to say? Losing the games I'm supposed to will feel refreshing for me. Feel very refreshing. Alright, dude. Come on with these blocks. Here we go. Look at this sucker, only costing 1. Busted. What'd you even do to me, Erase Face? Nothing. You tickled. You tickled, buddy. I laughed a bit when the continuous effect interaction section of the PR was written to make Erase Face plus Branded Cinderclaw work properly. Actually, I don't know which way you're talking. Is properly meaning brand doesn't work or it does work? Be so rare for someone to have 2 brands and save a turn after getting Erase Face. Here are doing exactly that. Okay, I see what you're saying. Oh! Wait a second, brother. Is this another pummel Erase Face turn? Is that really what you're trying to do? This hand doesn't really care. I guess it does, right? Because... Yeah, this hand does care a bit more, because it won't let me go wide enough to be able to do it. Yeah, that's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. I mean, worst case, what this hand does is, if he does pummel me, then I just discard the Lava Burst, I guess. Oh, no. That wouldn't work, because I wouldn't get the reveal on Belittle. I've been lied to. You thought brand didn't work? Oh no, it definitely worked. Definitely worked. Yeah, this is actually a more interesting hand. Like, you know, obviously I can just block here, and then if he pummels me, I just discard Belittle and kind of just return CNC and move on with my life. Then if he doesn't pummel, I feel a little silly. I feel a little silly. Is it really going to be pummel off Tunic with no setup? Is that really what it's going to be? I'm taking 2 life basically wager on his last card in hand. Wagering. I guess we'll see, because I'll just overpitch the Blittle anyway into this next turn. I'm kind of hoping he has the pummel. I hope he just get rid of my Blittle. Okay, he doesn't. Does not. That's fine. In that case, we can just go 6 wide. We just belittle into Searing for 6. Oh no, because he is going to Arsenal. Never mind. He is going to Arsenal with this last card. So that does make CNC relevant. So it's fine. It worked out. It's because the card only says loses and not loses and can't gain. Yes, Cinder reacts it. That is exactly how. Beautiful card interaction. Enjoy it deeply. You excited for Nats? Asks Peyton. I'm excited for seeing everyone. Seeing everyone will be a lot of fun again. For the games themselves, there's this interesting spot I'll be in where if I don't take Levia and then do horribly, what have I done with my life, you know? If I take Fai and then scrub out, what does that do to me? I think it ruins me. I think it really means I'm a one-trick, like guaranteed. Now, we do have a LCQ top 8 and then a freaking bubbled 9th place behind ourselves on our Fai track record at the Battle Hardened. So that's at least something. But if I take Fai and end up being one of the players who just... Jesus. If I just, like, scrub out, you know, don't even make top 64 or something, make no money, that would feel so bad. Feel awful. Whereas if I play Levia, and then no matter where I end up, I'll probably be okay with it. Just because I've made my peace with how that deck works. That's the fear, I guess. That is the fear. But no, we're kind of in the arc where I'd rather play the good deck. Just because I am interested. I just do want to know what happens. I play the good deck. Does it end up with a good record? Or do I suck at the good deck? We'll find out. We will find out. Doesn't mean you're bad if you scrub with Fai. No, I think it'd mean I'm... One event isn't indicative of your ability, especially one with draft. Okay, this dude needs to stop with these hit effects, yo. Can't just keep drawing them like this. It's getting annoying. Especially with these 2 freaking non-blocks in here. Chill out. I mean, we're just going to let the spreading go. It's very unfortunate because we've been waiting so patiently. Play it, but once again, this hand doesn't have a blue anyway, so... it kind of just goes. Bye-bye. Good pitch of that, all you got at least. So we don't have to deal with that. Bye. So now we reset with a powerful card in our arsenal. We'll try again with Art of War as our arsenal card. See if we can actually make it work. See if we can. We're at least lucky that he didn't pummel CNC. And in fact, we know that this card is not a pummel because he would have pummeled the erase face. So it's going to be scarier if he plays this out and it's a 2-cost attack. That'd be scary. Because then that means most likely he has the pummel in his hand. It's probably a defense reaction though, more than anything. Okay, Shuko value, baby. Let's see it. Let's see it. One event isn't indicative of your ability, especially one with draft. Well, to be honest, I think I'm pretty good at this draft format. I trained very hard with Michael and Yuanji. We really put a lot of time into practicing in the field. And I'm very comfortable in the draft format right now. So I would hope that like this is the kind of event where I really am prepared, both on the draft side and then giving myself a good shot. Oh my god, where are the blues, man? Where are the blues? What's happening here? I'm like 1 blue away from just popping off. Not okay. I'm very fine with Uprising draft. I mean, I understand other people's qualms with it, but I do have a strategy that has worked very well in every draft I've played so far. It most of the time means I draft Dromai more than anything. but there is something you can do with Dromai drafting that is very dynamic and can target your round 1 opponent. And it's worked every time I've done it. All right. Well, if it's just 6, what do I care, right? This really shouldn't be a pummel. So I guess he's just kind of like forcing us to try to pop off with his hand, which we can try. We can try. We have an Art of War to draw some cards. We take it. It really shouldn't be a pummel. If this is a pummel, then... Okay, yeah, no. This draft format is so weird. Oh, shoot, I didn't even realize what happened. He sand sketch plan. Oh, wow. Thing big. It's a lot of damage, dude. Calm down, Rhinar. Calm down, buddy. Jesus. But the good news is he's not playing Blood Rush with a club, so it should be safe to kind of like start protecting HP now, but Jesus Christ. It's terrifying. So unfortunately, I do kind of... Alright, so like the issue here is adding the +1 on the mounting anger is more likely to actually get it to hit. Unless he does block with the crown. So this is realistically a 1 for 6. This is now at least a 1 for 5. Probably also a 1 for 6. Because we're looking at it triggering on Lava Burst and most likely Phoenix Flame. So this one is the more conditional 1 for 6. So we'll keep the Spreading Flame. Mounting. Oh, double. Double Spreading Flame? That's interesting. I mean, our hand supports 1, 2, 3, 4. 3. Oh, yeah. Oh, man. We got it. We got it. This is fine. Grab every Ember Moth. Okay, so actually, I really like don't want to leak my draft strategy. Because it is, as far as I'm aware, very unique. And very effective, I have to add. I beat... He's like rank 5 in the world, Mohamed El Fardi from France. He was 2-0 in the day 2 draft pod, and I was 1-1, and for whatever freaking reason, I got paired into him, which is not how it's supposed to work, by the way. Like, that's just, it's not how that's supposed to function. But whatever. It's how Gem paired us. And I did beat him purely because of a hedge I made in the draft section. I'm proud of that win. But yeah, as like a fan of the format overall, I don't know. It's not as fun as Tales of Aria. I really enjoyed Tales of Aria. All right, if he's letting this hit, then we're going off. Jesus, man. I don't think you should let this hit. Oh, yeah. Yeah, give me that next Lava Burst. Are you kidding me? Actually, what's more damage here? This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, probably 5. So this gets +5 compared to Lava Burst gets +3, 4, 5. It's the exact same, isn't it? Should be the exact same. But pulling the Salt the Wound now is better because naturally drawing Lava Burst is going to be more effective. So yeah, it should be the Salt the Wound. Unless I'm doing the math wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is hitting. If this hits 5, this goes up to 7. Lava Burst is going to be 5, 6, 7 from the spreadings. So it's a 1 damage difference if he doesn't let the Lava Burst hit. Lava gets buffed by spreading. I'm already counting that though. 5, 6, 7 from the 2 spreading flames. So it's a 1 damage difference if he blocks Lava Burst, which I don't think he's going to do. So I'm going to pull out the Salt the Wound because the Lava Bursts are more naturally playable. Be the difference. Should be the difference. We go with this. Oh, I forgot it's an Art of War turn as well. Yeah, so I didn't count the Art of War buff, but obviously Art of War affects both. So this Lava Burst would be 9 because it's getting the Shuko. The next Lava Burst would be 8. So this Salt the Wound would be, depending on if this hits or not, would be 7 or 8. So if he blocks this, it's 1 less than searching a Lava Burst off Mask. If he doesn't block this, then it's the exact same as Lava Burst. I'm more willing to go for this line. This is an insane amount of damage. Insane amount of damage. So this is, okay, someone in the chat, I don't know if you're still here, but someone was asking about the ceiling of Spreading Flame, right? Someone was asking about Spreading Flame just not being as valuable as like the 1 for 5s. But this is where you see the ceiling of it just be incredibly more potent. Alright, so he does block it, which means we lose 1 damage, but it's still lethal, right? Or no, it'll be 7. Oh, never mind, never mind. So actually, in this scenario, because he does block, Salt the Wound is no longer as good. But we still don't mind, because now if we just draw into our Lava Burst in our next hand, it's going to be infinitely better than Salt the Wind, because he's not going to be in a position to really take damage anymore for Salt the Wind to be, right? So that's the value trade we're making. 1 less damage now, but better off the top hands. Alright, he goes to 1. Incredible. Incredible how that game just flipped. Incredible. Now, we could just draw a brick hand. It's possible. We don't have snaps anymore, so like we could just punt. Let's see it. Not a punt. Not a punt, but not the best. Not a punt, but not the best. I mean, he's gonna have to like full block everything. We're definitely happy with our spot. Like, can't complain at all, right? Just can't complain. A blue would be insane, because the blue is searing. A blue is letting us get the... or I guess even a yellow. Blue or yellow, both do the same here, but whatever. Not every hand works that way. Lexi can't target both Guardian and go wide. Yeah, that's the weird part about this meta, is Lexi is like very, very absent. I think Lexi... I don't really know anything about Lexi's matchup spread into the control decks, because the Lexi games I always love to watch are when she rolls aggro decks. It's just so insanely fun. Watch a Lexi shut Briar out the game. So I really just have like no idea what happens when she plays against Icelander. Like, what the hell does that game look like? I have no idea. Zero idea. She probably gets rolled. Like, it's probably not good. Lexi also gets crippled by aggro Oldhim. Oh yeah, that matchup's gotta be just awful. That does not sound pleasant at all. It's awful. Sounds awful. Yeah, Julian, that's exactly right. Right, because if we draw the Salt the Wind over the Lava Burst, right? This hand is way worse. Like, I mean, this hand still does good things. It means we just, like, you know, pitch the... Okay, well, the difference is if we would just pitch the Salt the Wind for Searing, and then come in with the Phoenix and Snatch, but it would never get the buff that we're going to push here with Lava Burst. Salt the Wind just no longer has a chance to get the plus. Turn was 27th. Nats with Lexi. That's... I actually don't know how big Canadian Nats was. I think it was, what was it, like 80 players? But 27th, pretty good. Top 32. Alright, and then we activate Fai. Because we want to push for the Shiko trigger. We don't have snaps anymore, so we can't do anything with 2 Enders. Phoenix for 1. Would you know it, folks? 1 is lethal. Insane. Insane. Give me your tunic, give me your crown. What I don't want to see here is that that's all you got, but it would have to be from, like, Arsenal, right? Because this is about to come in for 6. 6. It'd be pretty big. Slapping 6 at the end of this. Whew, man, you never used your tunic. Let me just tell you, Rhinar. You want to use your tunic when you run pummels, but I don't think he went for it. Don't believe he ever made that play. Maybe he just didn't draw that way. That's possible. But I truly don't think he used tunic this entire game. Which is funny, because like this deck is actually cost curve to use Tunic. Is it GG? GG. He's saying GG. Okay, so those must have been maybe 2 blocks, but even if they were 2 blocks, he could have crowned. It must have been like a non-block, but what non-block would he run? All right, sorry, 1 second.
Wow, Ethan, great moves. Keep it up. Proud of you.
Thank you. Thank you, Michelle. All right, well, that puts us at... All right, so here's what happened today. Today we went 4-0 with Fai, and we played 2 games. Okay, I'm about to log off, just by the way, everyone. So we're just going to wrap up the day. I went 2-0 with the Kodachi Fai, and I truly don't think even a day of grinding is going to get me where I need to be with this list. This list is not humming the way the other Fai list that I've been playing has been. Not to say it's a bad list. It's obviously good. It won. But it doesn't play as consistently as I really want a deck to play. It definitely gets the wins, but there are turns that scare me with this deck, where you draw a hand and you're like, Jesus. This is a little non-functional, so you have a little bit of a worse turn, but overall the deck's power is just really there. It's definitely strong. But this deck really feels like it doesn't miss on its turns. It's not full of breakpoints. It's not full of like even bigger than that abuse. It's not full of cheeky damage like with the Ancestrals. But it is more consistent. I've really loved what this deck just pulls off every hand. So we went 2-0 with both of those lists. Then we went 2-1 with Levia. So we didn't really give her full time to shine. But I just don't think... Alright, so maybe here's what I can do. I will play Fai, because I have to choose. I will play Fai at Nationals. And if it doesn't go well, I will play Levia in the Calling. That's probably the right way to look at it. Because the Calling should have a little bit less of a, I guess, scary player base. The player base it's open entry, right? So in theory, the pilots will be more mid-tier. Not always true, but that's what you would assume in an event like this. So a little bit safer to play Levia. It's also a constructed-only format, so I wouldn't have to worry about taking losses in draft really affecting how I end up with Levia. That's nice. I think that's the big kicker in determining whether or not to take this kind of deck into an event, is those draft rounds, taking even 1 loss is going to just really hurt my ability to top with Levia. Because you just know she gets constructed losses. She just does. So, I can't say what I think about Levia because you will ban me. If you say she's unplayable trash, trust me, I've had those thoughts before as well. But you gotta come back to her. You gotta give her a little bit of that sweet love. Because sometimes she really has her days. Sometimes Blasmophet woke up on the right side of the bed and he's just like, you know what? My little servants, my underlings that are all out there in the world playing Levia, they're allowed to win this. They're allowed to win today's event. They can take home that RTN. They can take home that ProQuest. But then every other day, he's an absolute menace. I'll not give you that. So we'll just see. But I think that's what we'll have to come to. I will play 5 for Nationals. I will play Levia for the Calling. If I don't, I mean, depending on like how I'm doing in Nationals, right? If I'm doing well, then obviously I'm staying in. So then that means I'd probably play Levia at the Battle Hardened. I don't know if the Battle Hardened is CC or what. Could be draft. But I'll definitely bring both decks. But yeah, it's got to be Fai. I'm sorry. But it's really got to be Fai. Really appreciate your level-headed approach to this. I knew you dedicated so much time to Levia. I really hope you get the right support. Yeah. I'm hoping, man. When James White tells you to take a break, you get a little bit of leeway, right? I was really afraid that if I just put some time towards something else, I would lose every bit of support I have in this community, but you guys have been amazing. It's been incredible to just show up, have amazing people in chat, all the subscriptions, the donations. It is amazing. This community is so sick. And you guys are, you're proving that the League of Levia is just about camaraderie and positivity beyond just to those who play Levia. So I appreciate it. But that doesn't mean I won't play her. I freaking love her. I just have to be realistic about nationals, about what the hybrid format does to a hero like this. So, okay, so that was a great stream today. Thank you all for tuning in. I'll be back tomorrow, and it's gonna be like a Fai grind fest. Like, I don't know how long that stream's gonna be. I might as well just like stream all day. It might be a little nuts. We might make it like a 10-hour stream. I don't know, but I have work off tomorrow with the entire plan of like literally play Fai nonstop. Just, I want to live, eat, and breathe Fai going into the tournament. I don't want to question much about the deck because I don't play it perfectly yet. I definitely don't. We play it to a 82.5% win rate. We play it well, but we don't play it perfect. We're going to try to get there tomorrow. So thank you for tuning in. It's been fun. And